T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I can come out Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right. We like to fling shit, eat crayons for breakfast, and rock strong. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. Good to see you. Another great day. Brian says a good Alzheimer's song. That's probably what I'm gonna. It's probably what I'm gonna end up having eventually here, Brian. So it rings well with me. The Urn, good morning to you, Brian. Congratulations on being first this morning. American Trader, good morning. BioLife, good morning. Nasir, good morning. Lisa, good morning. Nosa, BioLife Hemp, Lowboy, man, Lowboy. I feel like we need you for another Friday, man. We're gonna need you for another like pep talk on Friday. I'm gonna want you for Friday. I don't know, man. I don't know if you're available or not, but I would love to have a Friday afternoon talk with you, just to hear your viewpoints and see where you're standing, how you feel rock strong. Maybe I have a feeling, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this. I have a feeling Lowboy may have gone to a movie on Saturday. Hear his experience. Pumpy, good to see you. Casey Broken Mug, good to see you. Kim Leedy, good to see you. Brandon, good morning. Hayden, good morning. Alex, good morning. MB, good morning. Point Break Thor, good morning. Einstein, good morning. Doghead, John Jacob, Jingleheimer Schmidt, good morning. John's saying, don't forget Powell's Bowels is speaking today. We'll have to check him out and see. Sharma, good morning to you. And then I had an interesting hard style. Good morning to you. Hard style said I always wonder how Casey hasn't had a copyright strike yet. If I made money on these live streams, if I made any money whatsoever on these live streams, and I had music like that playing on here, you're right. I would have a content strike, and it would be quick and swift, and I would not be here continuously doing what it is that I do every single day. So you know I haven't lost my way when that music stops. When the music stops, that's how you know I've lost my way. That's the difference. Because I would never longer be able to play those anymore. Big B, good morning to you. If I skipped somebody's name, I apologize. Tater Tot, good morning. MB Jeff, good morning. Mark Browning, good morning. JP, good morning. The Apes and Me salutes the Apes and You says, howdy Casey, the intro volume is a little loud, can barely hear your voice. All right, I'll make sure and turn that down. That was actually, you're right. I forgot to turn the music down for that. That was my bad. I had it pumped up for Phil Collins. Phil Collins is a little overpowering. I had to pump it up for Phil Collins. Let me move a screen around here real quick. I'm gonna shuffle things around to try and make it a little easier on myself in the mornings to get between things so I can get that intro started correctly. Let's see. Let's put that right there. Hopefully that change I just made will make that a little bit easier so I don't forget to turn down volume. Thank you. I appreciate that. Ern, you're right. That music was probably really, really loud. Sorry about that. BioLife Hemp says, what happens after extremely low volume days? Anyone guess? We usually have an explosion. In volume. So last night, you guys had requested that you wanted to see some of my Excel spreadsheets. So I shared two different Excel spreadsheets on the Discord. I created a new folder in case you guys haven't seen it called Casey Projects. Under Casey Projects, there's two different Excel files. There's one called SSBB, Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. The other one's green, red, and that one shows the percentages as of. I updated it yesterday. I think it's updated from the 2nd of this month to a year ago. That was a little interesting to read. You kind of have to know how to read that one. I tried to show it yesterday. That's not it. Hold on a second. This is it right here. So if you happen to open this up, if any of you happen to open it up, what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot more junk in here. You're going to see a matrix on the right hand side of the screen. On the left hand side, you're going to see date, times, and prices, and volume, and on loan amounts, and all that good stuff over there. But what you really want to focus on is previous day section that shows up in here, and it's the previous day section that really kind of helps you to understand. Let's see. Helps you to understand what the percentages are of having a green day for the day. So the way you read this is, come on, let's move. The way you read this is you simply you pick the day of the week that you want to look at. For example, like today's Thursday, and so whatever the day was the previous day, if it's G for green, then you look there, and that's Thursday, and green shows up as a 12% chance. When you have a 12%, you have a 12% chance. That's actually one of the lowest chances we have. Whenever we have green Wednesdays following into a green Thursday, historically, we only have a 12% chance of having a green day. And that sounds really, really low. It is really, really low. On any given day on Thursdays, there are our roughest days of the week. There are 31% chance of having green on Thursdays. So rough days of the week are Thursdays for us. So whenever we have a trend that breaks that, you know that there's something different going on. Something has changed. There's a little bit of a difference than what our historical last year has looked like. And so that's basically the breakdown on this. The T is for total. the total percentages when you add up green and red. But the assumption is always whatever happened the previous day, GRR is going to be your percentage chance of having a green day that day. That's our percentages. So was it red before or was it green before? That's the question you got to ask yourself, and that's how you come up to this answer here. But it is a little confusing. I'm not probably one of the I've never been known for creating the most pretty Excel spreadsheets, but they work for me. When it comes to collection of data, as long as that I get the right answer that I want to get out of the data, it doesn't really matter to me how pretty it is. So, but yeah, I've never been a fancy touch it up kind of guy, but that's that one. And then suck, squeeze, bang, blow is also listed on there, and what you guys will find is that there's, if you scroll down the page, you find at some point the rules are listed on the right hand side of the page. There's some other junk that's in there, and you can ask me about it if you want to ask about it. But yeah. I do want to mention too, since BioLife brought it up with the low volume. Low volume doesn't always mean price movement downwards. It can mean price movement upwards as well. Pork Chopper, good morning to you. Says, first coffee shop I walked into Amsterdam was playing Phil Collins years ago. Great memories. Amsterdam, huh? Oh, man. Sin City. I wonder what that coffee shop was like. I bet you couldn't remember. American Trader says, ugly gets the job done. That's what I'm saying, man. That is what I'm saying. You're describing some of the ladies I've been with. Wow. Oh my. I'm not going to even touch on that. Let's see here. It's time to clean my glasses and take a look at the numbers. So let me do that. I hope you guys are having an excellent day today. I hope you woke up on the right side of the bed. Maybe the left side, but either way, hopefully it's been a good wake up for you. We are green on both AMC. Oh, no, that's not true. AMC is now red in the pre-market. We're down 0.12 on AMC, and then Ape is up 2.17. I have a feeling we're going to see some more favorable numbers on Ichimoto today. I think we're probably on the precipice of seeing a break through the cloud and maybe some buying support coming in from day traders. Did I see a little green fairy? I don't know. I'm not trying to suggest that we're going to be green today. I just, today happens to be when we have a green day on Wednesdays. I can tell you right now that 12% chance is not very high. That's our lowest percent chance of seeing a green day on a Thursday. And so what that tells me is that if we have a green day today, that's a trend breaker, right? It breaks the standard, the normal standard for the last year. So that should be significant, right? It should mean that there's a trend reversal of some sorts. So, man, every once in a while I get these little spots that are just a little tiny hazy going on in the corners of the glasses. It just won't go away. Oh, there's something about it. Gotta get rid of the haze. All right, that's probably gonna be as good as I can get it. Pork Chopper says, "Oh, I can remember. It was great. Ordered everything on the menu. Holy moly! Sounds like a wild night." All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm gonna go ahead and log into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help I always screw this up. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. It could help keep prevent. Words, they're so hard. And I'm going to read my code off to you guys so you all know how to get in my account. It's going to be one of those kind of days. Alrighty, taking you guys over to the other page. Remember, guys, when I start off with these numbers, I always start off with price predictions, and I don't want this to be anything that anybody thinks is going to be, this is hard set in stone where we're going to be moving in price. This is just four guys making bets against each other to try and keep sharp. I didn't stay very sharp the other day, but let's take a look at the numbers. I'm pretty sure we all got price prediction tally points correct, but let me just check and see. Closing price yesterday with Ape plus AMC price was 1347. I had 12 to 15. Eric had 1190 to 1490. Keto had 1178 to 1478. Monty had 1278 to 1578. So that is correct. We all got points. Points around. Do not forget that I will not be able to see what it is you guys are writing when I'm covering the numbers in the morning, unfortunately. Wait until you see the big tramp. Just because you can see me doesn't mean I can see you. I've been doing this experiment. Do I get better sleep when I take a shower the night before, or do I get? I guess that's the question. Do I get better sleep when I shower the night before, or do I get better sleep by not taking a shower? Sometimes I feel like I'm a little more relaxed. One of these days, what I'd really like to have is a jacuzzi, and I could just take like a night dip before I go to bed. I don't know. I have this funny feeling that would help in some way or another with sleeping. Short exempt volume is slightly up day over day. We went from 205.7 to 218.3. Our price increase yesterday was up 2.44%. And utilization for AMC is showing 100%. Let me verify the date. I'm going to have to go back through and recount the days. Oh, snap. Snap. Oh, okay. All right. Ortex is screwing with the data. Ortex is screwing with the data. Caught. Oh, caught red-handed. Ortex is screwing with the data here. I got to show you guys this. We'll look at this data here in just a minute. We're at 100%. I'm going to call it day number 147, but I think I might be behind. I might have to go back and recount the days. However, Ortex is messing with the data, and they're actually reporting less than 100% utilization on one of these days that we had a streak on, and it's actually kind of an interesting development because we've seen that happen in the past, and I'll show you what I mean by that. But wait till I get to the Ortex data. This is actually kind of interesting. They are showing a slight dip. They went back and re-reported the information for July 26th, which was right before one of our last runs. It showed a dip in utilization down to 98.08% and then right back up to 100% again. But I will show you guys that here in just a second. Let's take a look at the rest of our data here, and then we'll cover that on the charts here in just a minute. Starting next with Max Payne. Max Payne had dropped from $13.50 on Tuesday to $12 yesterday. I'm gonna guess that it's up to $12.50. Let's see. Oh, it dropped even further down to 11. Max Payne down to 11 now. All right, they're dropping. The derivatives are dropping down lower for max pain here, so we'll see what happens. There could be some there there could be some pain showing up if we continue to maintain these levels of prices between Ape and AMC. Taking a look at off exchange, our final numbers for the day yesterday for AMC and off exchange was 52.96, and through EDGX was 10.95. In those two off exchanges, it did drop about 2%. It went down to 63.91% volume going through those two exchanges. That's what I've said for a long time is kind of the average day. An average day of that I've seen since I've been tracking this, the average day is around 64%. So that's kind of a normal amount for us. A normal amount of manipulation because that's a lot of volume going through off exchanges. A lot. That's a lot. Looking at the final numbers for Ape, we had 58.24% and the EDGX had 9.17. For a grand total 67.41, which is again 64% is the number I'm going off of because it's the same float. So that those numbers are a little bit high by about 3%. Taking a look at institutional share ownership. $154.565 million shares owned by institutions. That is a little bit lower from what I had from yesterday, which was 154.637. Like 100,000 shares difference. On the Ortex data, weird. Hold up. Ortex has got some explaining to do. They've modified all their numbers. There was 196, I believe there's 196 million shares on loan by showing up by Ortex. It's now down to 79.48 million shares on loan for AMC. They shifted everything down. Everything got shifted down. It's like they decided. I have a feeling they're going to have some kind of tweet out this morning. There's going to be some kind of tweet out this morning explaining. There's going to have to be some kind of tweet explaining what happened because they're still showing. I mean, they're still showing almost the same amount of short interest as there was day over day. I mean, it is down about 1%, but something is up here. They shifted everything down. The whole chart is jacked up now. What is going on here? This is so weird. All right, well, we'll have to figure it out. That maybe explains why we saw a little bit of a dip here in utilization, but currently it's reporting 79.48 million shares in loans by institutions with a short share interest of the free float at 20.69%. That's so weird. Utilization still showing it as 100. For AMC, we're now seeing, let's see here, or Ape rather, not AMC. For Ape, we're showing 49.39 million shares on loan. That I think that's actually maybe slightly up day over day on loan amount. Utilization showing 94.67%, which is very super high. Short share interest of the free float at 9.58%. This is gonna be really interesting to see what Ortex has to say about this data here. I can't wait to hear this explanation. All right, moving on to I'll show it to you here, guys, in just a second. Moving on to options. Highest amount of, or actually the very highest strike price of $41. There's currently 630 contracts. That has not changed at all on call contracts Our lottery ticket winner losers down at 41 strike. Highest amount of open interest on call options is currently at a $30 strike. Yesterday there was 64 options open there. There's now 1,236, so it dropped just like 30 contracts. On puts, highest amount of open interest, which is still there. I'm kind of shocked by this a little bit. I would have expected these to be exercised by now. Is at a $13.50 strike price. Yesterday there was 30.7 thousand contracts in puts. Today there's 30.7 thousand contracts. So they're not closing out these. They're not exercising. They're not closing out these put contracts. So it seems like they're expecting to be able to exercise these at some point. Where are we at combined price? Combined price right now is 13.56. I would love to see us stay above 13.56. That would be awesome. Awesome possum. All right, let's take a look at Ortex data, because I'm sure you guys are going like, you can't just keep talking about it like that and then not show us. I would be feeling like that. That's how I'd be feeling. I'd be like, dude, that Casey, he's such a tease. Like, just like mad, not cool. Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm moving the screen over. All right, here's our utilization with the dip here. So this had previously been a straight bar across at utilization being 100%. And now you're seeing a little tiny dip just before this run when we ran up in July, up to, I guess, our oh guys, I know why I made a mistake. I'm looking at this going like, we didn't run up to 40 something dollars in July. I've got it set on GME. See, I told you it was going to be one of those kind of mornings. It's set on GME. Ah, that's my mistake. It's set on GME. I'm going like, something's not right here. I hate it when I hate it when I do after hour work and then I forget to change it back. All right, utilization. There it is. Numbers we want to see. No dip in our bar. 100% utilization. What a tease, that guy. Yeah, I screwed up. I had it set on GM. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. I could tell almost instantly. I was like, we didn't run up in price up to that amount. I mean, the charts look so similar. It's hard to tell the difference between them. But as soon as I looked at the price, I was like, we didn't run up to 40 something dollars in July. How did that? I knew something was wrong when I saw that. There's our 100% utilization for 100. I'm going to go back and recount the days, but I think 147 straight trading days. On loan amount, day over day, slightly decreasing from 196.93 to 195.96. So I'm just going to call that a 1 million share difference, even though it's just slightly less. Get my marker open here. -1. Short share interest of the free float changing by 21.61 to 21.54, 7.0007. Actually, it's 516. So 361,000. So we've had a return in 1 million shares on loan day over day with 361,000 shares in contracts closed out, estimated. On loan average age per day rising from 40.77 to 40.85. Security lending volume day over day increased. Let me zoom in here just a tad bit more. Increased from 14.42 to 15.58. As you can see here with utilization on Ape, We are starting to finally dip in utilization. We're down to 94.67. Now that they've returned some loans, they did borrow some shares back again. So the on loan amount actually finally increased day over day from 48.05 to 49.39. So we're going to call that one point. Let's just call it 1.4. It's close enough. 1.4 million in loans increased. Starting to see some loaning again. Short share interest of the free float should rise due to that. Went from 9.32 to 9.58. Security lending volume day over day was an increase. We went from 14.97 to 21.39. As soon as you start seeing this utilization dipping, that to me means that they've probably met their requirements for returning shares. So once you see this hit like 5 days in a row, and right now we've got 2 days under 100%, I would imagine that we'll probably come off the threshold list. But as of right now, we're still on the threshold. Oops. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday. GME finished 6th, most heavily traded stock with 89% buys to 11% sales. That was probably due to their earnings report that was happening yesterday. We'll see how that continues to work out for them. Pretty sure the price was dipping. A lot of people were buying. Ape came in 14th, most heavily traded stock with 69% buys to 31% sales. Nice. AMC did not make it back on the list yesterday. Low orders, low volume. SSR trips today at $7.55. Shares available to borrow. As of yesterday, they had returned 100,000 shares at around 2,300 last night. Another 50,000 at 6 o'clock this morning. Another 50,000 at 7 o'clock this morning, then borrowed 200,000 of it. Most of the ETFs have been borrowed out already at a 19.9% fee. I will mention that yesterday we had about 850,000 shares having been borrowed according to Stocko Tracker. So far this morning, 200,000. On the other side of the world, some up, some down, kind of mixed signals. Some down as far as a percent, some down, some up as far as a percent. So very, very strong mixed signals on the other side of the world markets. Let's see what we got for us coming up in our futures. I would say the futures are looking weak. We might see a red open. Most of the futures are all looking like very slightly positive, some down slightly. But the reason that I say a red open is because the VIX is up almost 1% in the pre-market. So far this morning, very low volume, 7,760 shares having been traded so far. Very super low volume. Ape yesterday had $1 million more in inflow than outflow. So far, there's 6,410 shares having been traded so far. On the hourly, actually, let's go back to the hourly on AMC. On the hourly for AMC, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.86, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.67, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.91, which is below average. On Ape, we have on the hourly more buying pressure than selling pressure, RSI at 61.62, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.17, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.73, which is above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud for AMC and Ape, we are above the cloud currently on Ape. The conversion line is well above the baseline, and the lagging line is above price line. All of these numbers, so long as we open up higher than $5.11, all of these numbers are looking strong, are looking bullish for price movement upwards. Perhaps some buying, heavy buying going into market open. However, we're seeing the opposite being listed right now. Futures are supposed to show up red. So this may not, I mean, we'll have to see what people do with the information that's being reported. Taking a look at AMC, we have conversion line crossing over the base in the aftermarket hours last night. Price and the lagging line are right on top of each other, so a little bit more price upwards would price upwards or time moving forwards at our current price would cause that to be above the price line. And then you would need price to move up into like the $8.61 range for this to become a buy. It could become anything less than I guess anything between 850 and 860 could potentially make it a buy, but people may wait until 870. We got about 14 more minutes before our pokey stick of volume because I didn't get on a soapbox today. And with all of that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Yep, you guys are right. I was getting, you guys had it right. I can see what it is you're writing. You guys are going, you were looking at GME. Yep, you guys aren't wrong. Low Boy says he's gonna be available for the back of the big tramp tomorrow. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for trying to tell me it was GME. Unfortunately, I can't see what you're writing when I'm over there. I figured it out. It took me a minute. Sugar Crane says buffering equals T90. MCon says so a flat day. Well, low volume doesn't always mean. It doesn't always have to mean. It doesn't always have to mean that we're going to be moving down in price. It could mean. Uh, Swade says morning poo flingers. Maybe I should change. Maybe I should change the intro to say poo. That's right. This is where we like to fling poo, and eat crayons. Sounds a little softer, right? Sounds a little softer for maybe those easy ears out there. Alex says it's a stormy. Man, we had a little bit of a storm. You know what I miss, Alex? I used to live in Eugene, Oregon. Uh, I really kind of miss like those storms that last for a while. Here in where I'm at in Austin, Texas, storms really roll through pretty quickly. There's a there's some what they call hill country. It's not even I don't even really it doesn't even really seem hilly to me, but they call it hill country. There's some hill country around here, and so because we're kind of on a flat plain area where we're at, and the hill country is nearby, the winds come blowing through here like really quick. So most of our storms come and go pretty quickly. We don't have like full day long storms, not usually. And so I miss that. I really really do miss that. Enjoy it. Dylan says dilution today. I don't, you're not the first person, Dylan, that's mentioned anything like that, but I don't know where that's coming from, but I don't see that as being the case. One second, guys. I'm gonna answer something real quick here. Dylan, I don't see any reason why Adam Aaron would. I keep seeing that kind of popping up all over the place. I don't see any reason why anybody would even be coming would come be coming even close to suggesting that there would be some kind of dilution at these kind of prices. I'm pretty sure Adam Aaron was very, very clear on what he was saying. He wants tons of cash. He didn't say he wants the little tiny droplets of cash. He wants tons. He didn't say yes, may I please have another. He says I'm going to demand it. That's what I got out of his three different posts yesterday. So I don't expect dilution anytime soon. Not unless price were to like massively rise and he could get a great deal for a very small portion of his shares diluted into the market. Sugar Crane says, I missed all of your comments yesterday on the threshold list. You think this will not have an effect on Ape since it is returning shares on loan? I am trying to understand what this means. Yeah, I don't think it'll have any kind of like major impact. It basically highlights the fact that they're not able to return shares when they should be able to return shares, and kind of makes them a target for the SEC. In this particular instance, because in a normal instance where it's failure to delivers with a T plus 35 on options that are supposed to be delivered to individuals, I think that's a little bit different, right? Those would cause forced buying at some point. But these kind of unreturned loan shares, I don't think they show up as failure to delivers. I don't think they do. I think they're different. Ross, I can't tell, man. I can't with my ADD, man. I can't tell with when you just write something in messages like that. Like I I can't tell if you're being serious or not. Like I want to take that as a joke. It's it's I really want to take that as a joke. It's hard for me to tell sarcasm. Maggie says, "Good morning, Casey and my fellow apes. About 6 or 7 YouTubers say that we're going for a ride upwards. What say you?" I say it doesn't matter. 2 weeks. That's what I say, Maggie. I don't think it matters. I think trying to get yourself all hyped up for one thing or another is going to just cause you to you have some kind of psychological emotion or expectation that is defeating or is not defeating or provides some kind of hope that you shouldn't need to hold on to. Like there shouldn't be any kind of like need for it to like, who cares, right? And whether it moves up or moves down, what does it matter? It doesn't. Einstein says we've had low volume starts that ended in a 10% melt up. This is very true. Einstein said full long storms in Texas are called hurricanes, but they don't make it up this far. Einstein, they never. I don't know. Like, there's something about Austin, but whenever I watch the radar around here, it's really weird because these storms will come in and then they like literally like separate and like form back up around Austin. It's really odd how the storms work around here. It's almost like they figured out a way to like keep storms out of Austin. It's strange stuff. If they lay shares in the spread, price will rise to meet them. No. I'm not boring most days. I'm not sure if I understand the question. If they lay shares in the spread, will price will rise to meet them. So you're talking about the ask and the bid, and if they lay the shares in the spread, price will not move. If there's neutral orders that are going through, price will not do anything. It'll just stay neutral, right? It's very easy for price to remain on either side of the spread. It is very possible for price to remain in between the spread and have neutral shares being traded back and forth. Neutral price. If that helps answer your question, let me know in case I didn't understand it correctly. Shares on loan for AMC was 195.96 million. It was down day over day by 1 million shares. And I'm estimating about 361,000 of that was in short interest. Tater Tot, yeah, not a problem, Maggie. Tater Tot, I did not actually start golfing until I moved to Texas. I mean, I had golf before, but not on any kind of regular basis. I really would say that I started my golfing career here in Texas, which was, I think, let's see, I guess I started in about 2013, 2014 playing golf, like legitimately like going out and playing golf quite often. But I haven't been out in like I want to say it's been over a good year. Me and the kids went to Top Golf, but I don't really count that. Doesn't count. You can't count Top Golf, especially when you use their clubs. I mean, it's kind of a joke. Let me check and see. I heard rumors that Powell's speaking either today or tomorrow. Let me check and see. I actually was listening to MOASS's show last night, just a little bit before I was going to bed, and I heard a mention about Powell's Bells having a talk today. Let's check it out and see. Fed meeting schedule. Let's see what the internet has to say. Give me just a second. I'll look it up and see. Today is the 8th. He is speaking today at 9:10 a.m. this morning, which is going to be 8:10 a.m. this morning, my time. It says discussion. Chair Jerome H. Powell at the Cato, I'm going to assume it's Cato Institute's 40th Annual Monetary Conference via live stream. So we can pull that up and watch that later. Let me click on this. Probably. Starts in 2 minutes. Um, hmm. Let's see if I can get it set up so it's ready to go on the screen. Can we put them down here? Yeah, we might be able to do something like that. Let's see, I probably need to get rid of my logo. See if we can fit them in between the logo. Oh yeah, perfect. Just like that. We'll get them in there. So he'll be talking before the market opens, and as of right now, the market is showing a trend towards heading downwards, which I can only imagine after he spoke last. We will probably, with his nice 10-minute speech that he had last time, I can imagine seeing the market going a little bit red from that as well. Johnny says, Casey, if a woodchuck could trade stonks, how many stonks would a woodchuck trade as a woodchuck traded stonks? He wouldn't. He would hold. Caleb, I'm really in Pflugerville, but I say Austin just because I know people know where Austin is more than they do Pflugerville. Boring. Don't worry, man. What price? What? Let me make sure I understand your question. What price they issue the shares to the market will have to be met. What price they issue? I'm still having problems. What price they issue the shares to the market will have to be met? Question mark. Price they issue the shares to the market. I'm assuming you mean okay. So when you say it like this, what I'm assuming that you mean by that is if Adam Aaron were to here's our pokey stick of volume. Let me just look real quick here. 64. We had about 55,000 shares traded through the pokey stick on AMC, with 64,000 being the end result. So we had about 10,000 shares going into the pokey stick on AMC. So more than a double double. Ape had 26,000 in pokey stick of volume for a total of 33.4. So same thing, 10,000 shares. We had a double on this one, a doubling. So very, very low volume. Again, same numbers as I had yesterday. 5 to 10 million or 5 to 25 million on Ape, and AMC is going to be about 10 to 30. Get back here. I just saw a mosquito. I tried to catch him in midair. Get back. I'm going to kill this mosquito. I hate mosquitoes. 10 to 30 million. No, wait. Yeah, 10 to 30 million on AMC. But yeah, boring. So in response to your question is if Adam Aaron were to sell shares into the market, the price that he would get for those shares would be whatever price. Um, it would be whatever price they're purchased for, and it would be the going rate of the market, unless they sold them to an individual, like if there's somebody who said, I will buy those shares off of you for X amount of dollars, they could do that. They could do a private deal where they sell the shares to a share offering to a specific individual, especially like a debtor. Anybody who has debt, they could sell them specifically right to the debtor at a set price. From above, 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks. Tater tot. Uh, I think I know where Garland is, but I've never been there. Yeah, TNT. He speaks 20 minutes before market open. It ought to make for a really interesting opening to market open. Tater tots knew what I was gonna say. 2 weeks. Brandon says Pflugerville sounds like this comes from Dr. Seuss. It's actually spelled Petro had it right. It's Pflugerville. So it is it is with a P, not an F. It does sound like it starts with an F, but it's not. I think it's German. Monty, thank you for the price prediction. 1301 to 1601 got you down. Yeah, Pokey Stick 7X. Jack, good morning. Powell, a way to a way to crash better markets. TNT says, what is the number one and number two question you would ask Adam Aaron given the opportunity off record? Let's see, off record. Hmm. All right, so let me ask you a question, TNT. Does he have to answer them truthfully? Because if he's just gonna give me, if he's gonna give me the same, if he's gonna give me the same answer that he would have to legally, all legalities set aside, right? All legalities set aside, and I assume that's what you mean by off the record. I think the first thing that I would ask him is you know, what kind of information uh, are you receiving that is telling you that there's market manipulation to AMC's share price? That would be the first question. The second question would be, trying to think what the second question would be. The second question would be, I don't know. Give me some time to think about the second question because I feel like that's like one of those things where it's like you get three wishes and you can't wish for more questions. So now I only have two wishes and it's like, oh, maybe I can ask for more questions. I, I don't I don't know. I got to think about it because it's like you only get two questions. The first one seems pretty easy. The second one, I would want to be a little more specific. Hmm. Do you stand or sit? Do you put the seat down? Both. And on the first question, always put the seat down when I'm sitting. Always. Seat up if standing. Who who doesn't? I don't know. You don't put the seat up when you're standing. That's kind of weird. Maybe you're just confident. Like Jack. Jack over here says my confidence is unshaken. Jack's the kind of guy that might not put the seat up when he's standing. Neo says you can hear that igniter on the stove clear as day. What you making this morning, hun? Croissant. Croissant today. She's making some croissant. You cannot say it any other way. It's croissant. Just wish your wishes never retire. Oh, those were my Adam Aaron important questions. Oh, okay. I thought you were asking me. I was like, I was boring. I thought that was really odd. I was like, that's kind of an odd question, but you know, hey, I'll answer it. I'm down. I'm game. Funky Pizza Records says if you don't put the seat down while you're sitting, you're sure something wrong with you. I kind of feel like if you're gonna do that, it's like on accident, and like there's just like no stopping you at that point because you're probably just like you're in a mad dash rush to just get it done for one reason or another. And if that's the case, you might as well just go ahead and hop in the shower afterwards because yeah, gross. Ugh. That's almost as bad as a cold loofah hitting you in the back. It's almost as bad as rubbing up against a cold loofah. From above says, I guess what I really meant to ask it is, will it moon at all? I've held strong for 18 months, but my resolve has been slipping. Maybe I need a little moral support. Uh, I guess what I'll tell you from above is that I don't see anything that has changed my opinion of where we stand. There's absolutely nothing. I don't see any indications that people are like mass panicking and selling off their positions. I know for a fact that there are people who are holding this that have been holding since way longer than 18 months and at much lower prices, and that actually makes me more bullish than anything. And just knowing that those people are still holding on to this, knowing that those people are also people who've, I mean, if you want to talk about diamond hands, those are the true diamond handers, people who got in before 2020, or sorry, before 2021. People who got in 2020 and have been holding, and then they just got their shares doubled up. Holy crap, man! Dude, there's some serious holders out there, and they're holding this. They're holding it, and they're holding the line, and I don't see any change. I don't see them selling off. I see a company that's turning around. I mean, I'll say what I said last year. I'll say what I said last year from above. Let's pretend MOASS never happens. Let's just pretend for a moment. Like I don't even really think this at all, but let's just pretend for a second that MOASS never happens. How much is this company worth? I think the company could easily be worth somewhere between $30 and $40. Just 30 or 40 30 to $40. There are probably people with average prices that are much higher than $30 to $40, and they'd be listening to this kind of going like, "Ooh, that doesn't sound good." But you told me that you've been holding for 18 months, $30 to $40 return. The return on $30 to $40 if you've been holding from 18 months ago would be a really good return for you. There's nothing wrong with that. Even a 2-year position, right? 24 months. If you were to get that after 24 months, that is not a bad position for you. There's others here who probably feel a little differently about that, might be holding in the $40 average price range, who kind of would be choking a little bit at the idea that 30 to 40 is being the top, or the price that AMC should be trading at. But on a very worst case scenario, this company is worth so much more. Now, I shouldn't say biggest, one of the only other 3 companies that are like the known companies, right? You have Regal, you have Cinemark, you've got AMC, is filing for bankruptcy. Filing for bankruptcy. Dude, like we're doing good, man. We're doing super good here. I don't see any problems. And anybody who said, a lot of people out there will probably say things like the fundamentals are crap, right? I will never ever sit here and lie to you and tell you the fundamentals look great. They don't. They really don't look good. But if the debt was removed from AMC, which there is a way to do that, now that Adam Aaron has Ape, he can dilute Ape, clear his debt of the company if he wanted to, and become net profitable. The company's already proven that they can be net profitable without debt. So think about that. All the short positions would still be holding their short positions with a debt-free company who can make money. Talk about screwing hedge funds. Talk about checkmate. Those are the kind of things that you want to see have happening with a company. And I'm not even talking about a squeeze. I'm just talking about all the things that are currently being said that are negative about AMC. And they're being destroyed. Absolutely getting destroyed right now. But everybody in the community is being fed these lies. These constant lies. And you can see it. You can watch Flat Earth in here. Flat Earth in here is over here. He keeps throwing out negative comments because they pay people who actually come into to channels like this, and they try to get them to say things that are negative about trying to push this like narrative of like the sky is falling. Whenever have you been invested in a company with somebody who talked crap about something they were invested in, right? Like who talks poorly about something that they're invested in? Nobody. They defend it. They defend it, defend it, defend it, defend it, and they defend it until they're not in it anymore. And then they go, ah, yeah, I made a mistake. That's not what's happening here. You legitimately have people who are coming in to troll and shill for a reason. One of two reasons. Either they're getting paid to do it, or they've got the other side of this and they're scared as shit. One of the two. There might be a third reason. The only third reason I can think of is that they sold off their position already, lost a shit ton of money, and they're just bitter. And you know misery loves company. Misery loves company. So just throwing it out there, man. Take it for what it is. Look at it, from new, fresh perspective. But don't sit there and just listen to the people who are talking in the community. Look at the actual numbers. Look at the actual numbers and understand what they mean. Because that's the important stuff that you got to see. Ignore all the other news. All the other news is just there to try and get you to do something, elicit you to have a feeling. Look at what you actually see. Mitch, what I've been seeing have happen lately is that they've been buying in the money puts. For the last two weeks that it's been trading, every single day I've been talking about it, how they've been buying massive in the money puts to collect shares. If they're exercising those, and we're watching them exercise. If you go back in the history and you look at it every single day over since they started recalling shares. Well, let me tell you what the first date was. The first date that they started returning shares on was on it was on the 26th. So if you start looking at videos from the 26th and watch for where I talk about options on the hour every hour, and you'll see I go like, this doesn't make any sense. Why are they buying puts in the money? Why is there so much volume on puts in the money? And then every day they wouldn't show up on open interest, and it was confusing the crap out of me. Well, it's finally made sense. How do you collect shares of Ape? The only way to really collect shares without borrowing shares of Ape is by opening up AMC 1 contracts that are in the money puts and then exercising them on a daily basis. And it's costing them money to do that. So that's where the shares are coming from. I don't know who's taking the other side of those positions, but they're finding some people. Somebody's doing it. Somebody's taking the other side of those positions, and I don't know who it is. Buzz and Buzzman says, this week I've had several calls and voicemails from my broker trying to discuss my account position. The last 2 years I've heard nothing from them. Why so concerned all of a sudden? Dude, I'm telling you, man, I've never seen this level of concern before. I've never, ever, ever seen it. And it's because they know they're going to get screwed. Our broker's going to get screwed through this. That's why they're concerned. There was something I was going to update. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, I know what it was. Keto put in his numbers. Keto, I got you down, man. 1178. Oh, same numbers you had yesterday. 1178 to 1478. Gotcha. Neo says this play could cost hedge funds billions of dollars. They'd be crazy to not try to talk people out of it. I agree. Taylor says I purposely didn't raise the seat, so my wife gave me my own bathroom. It sounds like you got some good times over there. Your own bathroom. That's funny. Z Wade says, I don't mind shills. It's almost fun how blatant they are. The shills that built their names as apes before shilling are the ones I have a distaste for. Yeah, I hear you, man. That's why I don't silence them in this. There's a couple different reasons why I don't silence them, but one of the reasons that I don't silence them in this conversation is it's almost. Do you guys remember Chan Chan? It was almost nice when they would come back on a daily basis, and he'd always say things like AMC to Ted. Uh, you know, it's heart. It's almost it almost feels heart warming to it feels like at home seeing them walk in every single day and make the comments that they make because it's just kind of like, oh, that's so cute. It's so cute. It's like a little tiny puppy. You just want to pet him. Oh, it's so sad. Mitch, every single one of the options that were created that expired after the 19th are rewarded with 100 AMC and 100 Ape shares. I didn't think that there was going to be any options on Ape either, but they are allowing. I mean, you can watch it. You can watch it on a daily basis. There are options that are being purchased on a daily basis of AMC 1. I didn't think that that was going to be possible. That's all I've been covering is just AMC 1. Hold on a second, guys. I'm getting a no data message. Let me just check and verify. I'm not nothing on my end I can do to fix this. Neo, I absolutely agree. Being in an echo chamber is not good. In fact, one of the things that I really enjoy doing is I love. I actually have um, links into what I would call the other side, and I frequently will check out those conversations that are going on because it's important to know what it is that the what the other side is saying. I've My mom will attest to this. I have always been love to argue, love to argue. I love to debate. Probably would have made a great lawyer. My dad would have been proud of me. I don't like lawyers though, so I would never done that. I don't even know how lawyers can live with themselves, honestly. Like I don't like I have too much of a conscience. No offense if you're a lawyer, but I just can't. Uh, I can't emotionally deal with the idea that you're helping somebody bad because you're legally obligated to. But that that aside, that aside, what I will say is that if you're going to debate something well, then the only way to debate it well is to know the other side and understand the other side of the argument. So I'm completely with you on that. I love to hear what it is people have to say because I mean if I'm gonna have to defend myself against what it is that they have to say, then I've got to have a response to everything it is that they have to say, which is why I love it when they come at us. One of the things I love the most, Neo, is when they come at us with the whole fundamentals thing. The whole fundamentals thing is great. I love that argument from Shills. It is absolutely one of the best arguments that they could possibly have, and yet it's the worst argument. It's the total worst argument they could possibly have. But they use it so much. I had one, Neo. I had one not too long ago in a space call where he claimed that he had purchased. I'm saying he claimed because I'm not obviously there to see whether he did it or not. But he claimed that he bought shares of AMC in March of last year and sold before the June run up and lost money. And yet in the same breath, he was telling us how we were in a bad play, we were going to lose money, and the June run up kind of thing will never happen again. because the fundamentals aren't there to support the company to make money. And what I thought was really interesting was is that he sat there and acknowledged the fact that he purchased AMC back in March of last year. The fundamentals were worse back then than they are now. So the only reason for him to have purchased back in March of last year, if he's a smart trader, would be the fact that he was speculating, right? And speculation is definitely a thing in trading. If you're speculating where a price is going to be moving to on a particular stock because of other things besides fundamentals that seem to make sense. And so that's one of the things that I thought was really funny was like here he is trying to paint himself as this amazing trader and trying to warn everybody, but at the same time he made one of the worst, he made a speculative trade. That's what we're doing. We're making speculative trades here on AMC and saying we think this stock is worth more. We're buying it at a lower price, and we believe in this particular company to be able to turn things around and have better fundamentals. Now, Adam Aron's done that. He's created Ape. He's created Ape, gave it some value, and has the ability to be able to sell shares into the market. And he gets to count the value for all the shares that he's holding on to. I don't know if anybody's even mentioned this. He gets to count on his books the value of all those shares. Every single share that he's holding, 484 million shares, he gets to value those at market price for the books this next time around. Because it's potential profit that could be made by the company. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that before. So it's really going to kind of turn things around a little bit. And I think I love it when they make those arguments. I really do. BioLife Hemp retail is allowed to buy options on AMC1. I just heard that you have to do it by calling up your broker. And I also believe that depending on the position that you're going to take, call your broker. I think some brokers are allowing people to buy options through AMC1. I've seen somebody report that they have and showed pictures of it. So it's just that you can't do it online. You have to call up your broker to do it. How many options are left from the 19th of this month? It can't be this month because 19th isn't a Friday, I don't believe. Yeah, it's not. You mean last month? How many options are? I have no idea, Pro Jeweler. 19th of last month, I have no idea. Million says, what are fundamentals? Yeah, I totally agree from above. I totally agree. I'm not going to kick anybody out for that. Flat Earth says, you're not speculating, you're drinking Kool-Aid. He diluted the stock and you think it's good. And let me ask you a question, Flat Earth. This is a great question for you. If he diluted, how much short interest is there now versus how much short interest there was before on AMC? Good morning, just another ape. Dude, it was so crazy. Yeah, cash burn now as versus March of last year. Totally, right? Like who would like to even suggest that you would have opened up a position in March of last year, but you're then going to go around telling everybody that they're going to lose money when you're looking at the numbers now versus March of last year? Like get out of here, you know what I'm saying? Like come on, you can't make those kind of arguments. Like you can't legitimately come in and tell people, "Hey, I bought back in March of last year, worst thing I've ever done. You guys are in trouble now." And when everything looks better. Like it makes no sense at all. Like you just can't even make that argument. Salty Dog said share value on the books. Excellent. I hadn't thought of it. Yeah, it is excellent, Salty Dog. I don't think I've heard anybody mention that. Actually, Adam Aaron is probably the only person that I've mentioned that. I really haven't kind of stressed it at all just because I don't really, there's no need to. But I kind of, well, that's not really true. I don't really talk about it because I love I wait to hold on to ammunition. I use ammunition when I need it, and so I hold on to that one a little bit, just because I know eventually some point somebody out there is going to be fundamentals, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, what about all those shares he's got on the books that are going to have value now? How's that going to look? So you use your ammunition wisely. And unfortunately, I just said what I said. No, AMC one is it's all the AMC contracts that were open prior to the split, and then they turned into AMC one. And if those options are exercised, they are awarded Ape shares, 100 Ape shares and 100 AMC shares. So those contracts receive the dividend essentially. So anything in AMC one receives the dividend. Point Break Thor says the comment that I hear from smart people is that if they can hold the price down like they have, then what makes us think that they can't keep doing it forever? And the answer to that, Point Break Thor, is look at what happened in June of last year. If they could have, if they, this is a great argument, right? Like so if January was them learning how they were how their systems were screwed up, then why did June happen? If they learned from January, why did June happen? Because January should have told them that they should have learned a big lesson from that, right? And they should have made changes that would have allowed them to avoid that from happening again. But June happened. June happened, even after January. So what makes you think that they're not going to be able to stop it from doing it again or forever? Because every single time there's ever been a squeeze, institutions have never done anything to prevent that from happening. That is literally the kryptonite. Buying and holding is the only kryptonite. There's nothing else that's needed. Buying and holding is the only kryptonite to shorting of a position. It's the only kryptonite. And there's nothing they can do to stop it. Nothing. It is the most perfect kryptonite you can possibly have to shorting of a stock is buying and holding. It's perfect by design, and it's simple. It's simple, stupid simple. That's why it kind of attracted me a little bit in the first place. It was so stupid simple that who can get that wrong? How do you get wrong buy and hold? It's too easy. Historically, that's how every single squeeze has ever started. Somebody bought all the shares and they held. Every single time it's worked. Every single time. Salty Dog, I think that's just basically market makers not making a market. And more than likely, normally we see barcoding happening, especially right before Jerome Powell talks. Lately, not always, but lately we've been seeing a lot of barcoding happening. In fact, let's take a look at some of the other stocks. I'll bet you we see something very similar. Tesla's actually kind of moving a little bit. They did have some barcoding a little bit, and then started moving down. Is he speaking already? No, he's not speaking yet. 7 o'clock a.m. on Amazon, and we got a little bit of barcoding going in here. Now there's some trading. We might see some more barcoding going on in these. Cinemark wasn't trading. Let's see. GME looks like it's starting to move down. We might see some downwards movement here on AMC and Ape any minute now. Let's take a look at some others. Ape and AMC aren't really moving yet, but the other ones are. They started moving a little bit early here. We might see some movement downwards here. foreshadowing. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, I would go through and look at a lot of stocks. I would imagine that a lot of that's just market makers refusing to make a market until they know which way it's, the sentiment of the market's going to move. Pebble says Queen Elizabeth is under medical supervision. They're concerned about her health. Ooh, just another ape. Call them out. Says, are you a bear on AMC? Actually, what is your position, Flat Earth? That's actually even better. Like technically speaking, Flat Earth, anything about, if you know anything about, mm, shoot, I'm forgetting what it's called. You should know. Let me just put it this way. You should know, Flat Earth, if I ask you what your position is, if you're going to make negative statements about a position that you're holding, then you have to disclose that. You should know that. So, what's your position on AMC? Are you short or are you long AMC? Or do you have no position? Legally, you should have to answer that. It's a really good question. Just another ape. I'm long. Okay. Just so you know, that's for the record. If later down the line that's found to be untrue and we can link you to an account, we'll get you for that. MGTO says, hey KC, threshold list must be closed within 13 days. Is that correct? If it is correct, MGTO, it's news to me. Let me check it out. Hmm. I'm gonna have to dig into that one. It's time for me to take a break here pretty soon, so I will try to dig for that for an answer. I don't. I think it may depend on um, why it's on the threshold list, but I'm not certain of the 13 days. So don't hold me to an answer on that one. I need to do some digging. Ray says rumor has it Ape AMC will run up to at least 70 before the election to get us in the green and drop again after the election. I don't know, 2 weeks. Z Wade says that's what I've been saying. Casey, other channels have complicated the shiz out of this play, and sadly they are bigger than the buy and hold channels because simplicity isn't sexy. I mean, it really is. To me, that was one of the most sexy things about this entire play was that it was so simple that anybody could do it. A caveman could do it, right? And that's what made it so exciting to me. I was like, man, we have an opportunity to be able to communicate together in social communities, and all we have to do is buy and hold, and that's it. And I'm like, dang, that is so stupid simple. How do we mess that up? Well, look at us. There's people out there trying to screw it up. Oh, you got to buy options. Oh, you got to DRS your shares. Oh, you got to do, I don't know. Oh, you got to, I don't know. What else is it people have said? Oh, you got to sell your shares and then buy back in later. It's like people have legit been trying to mess it up, and it's just kind of like one of these things where it's like, guys, like that's not. It's really all we have to do is buy and hold. This kind of kills me a little bit. I kind of do want to talk about this just a tad bit. I'm going to walk on my soapbox. I should be going to break, but I'm going to talk about one thing real quick here. Like there are legitimate quote unquote people who call them apes from the past who are buying and selling AMC, buying and selling AMC, and I sit there and I go like, man, like all you're doing is skimming off the top. Like like you sit there and you say that you're for the people. You say that you're for the people, but you're against the people because if you're buying and selling and you're just trying to make a position for yourself so that you can make money on the front side, then you're not with the people. You're against the people. And why people support those people are because those people are making money with them. And I'm sitting here telling you guys that I don't know why those people get support. I have no idea why they get support from this community whatsoever. Like legitimately, those people should be cut off, like massively. Just like I will not support you. I will not support your habit of trying to make money on the front side because that's what this is not about. This is about something entirely different, and you're just here to make money. Some of us are here to try and change the system and make money and save a company. But you're just here selling us that you want to make money, and there are people supporting people like that. And it's like, dude, that's not going to change anything. That is not going to change anything, and it's just going to continue to prolong things. We don't need people like that. We just don't. We should want people who want to try and make. We should be helping to promote people who are here to help make change. I know that sounds so stupid, but I mean, because I know the whole change thing has been overdone. But I have no idea why those people still get why they still get any kind of I don't understand why anybody who's in this market why they wouldn't want to see a change for the better. It's almost like they're saying I don't want change. I just want to make money. I don't care about all the other stuff. Well, fine, go make money someplace else. Why do it here? You know? Like this is about you started out as a part of this movement. You know what it's all about, but yet you crap on it like it's your own little piggy bank. And I don't think it's cool. I think it's actually kind of they might as well be a hedge fund because that's all they're doing is they're just hedging against this position so they can make money. Actually, my position's not failing right now, Flat Earth. And not only that, Flat Earth, I've had plenty of opportunities to sell and never did. Never even crossed my mind. Because I know there's so much more to go. Glenn says, I got 2 hours of sleep. I'm exhausted today. You know what, Glenn? On days where you don't get much sleep like that, it's always best to just take a break. You know what I mean? Like there's no sense in doing overextending yourself. Buzzin says, Flat Earth parents must be so proud. Oh, man. Oh, you guys are hitting them in the feels. Henry Bay says, who are those people? The one that really comes to my mind the most is Review Dork. I know Luz on occasion suggested that people should sell their shares and then buy back in. That doesn't help anything. There's been some others out there as well. More recently, Wrench, telling people to sell off their ape and buy. Well, he didn't tell them to do that, but he said he was, and he's an influencer. My wife shouts in the background, "They'll get you on taxes." I love you. she, she knows. She's been listening. He's like, I'll get you in taxes. Oh man, you're awesome. I'm gonna take a break, guys. My wife needs attention too, and I'm gonna go over there and spend some time with her, eat some of her croissants that she just made. So let me put up some music here for you guys, and I'm gonna head out here. MG Toe says, if the threshold list is required to close, will Adam Aaron feel compelled to rescue the shorts at low price of 5 per share, or will they hold out for debt changing money? I think he's gonna hold out, man. I think he's gonna hold out. Grandpa Barney, good morning. All right, let's see. Put my message up and gonna head out. That was the best comment ever. You're gonna lose out on taxes. Best comment. Jeff, Dr. Zeno was back last night. After when I was making the apology to Dr. Zeno, somebody said that if I said hot crotch like 5 times in a row, he would show up. And sure enough, I said it 5 times in a row, and he came. He was there, and so, anyways, yeah, MG Toe, not a problem, man. I don't have an answer for you yet, MG Toe, but let me look at it. Let me look at some rules for threshold lists and see if I can't find something for you to give you a better answer. I have a feeling that there's no restriction on how soon it is required to return recalls on loan shares, but I may be wrong. I might be wrong. Let me look it up and see. I think it's a little different than failure to delivers. And when I get back, guys, I'm gonna put Jerome Powell up here because I know he's gonna start at like 8:10, and I don't get back till 8:15. So let me put Chair Powell on the screen. Hold on a second. I don't know how sound is going to be on this, so I'm going to try and guesstimate where sound should be. So you're going to go without music because I know he's going to get up here. Oh, I'll just come back and turn the music. No, I won't. Yes, I will. Maybe I won't. I don't know. It's only 5 minutes. That's not true, Headstock. He still has to pay taxes. Just because you held it for a year doesn't mean you don't have to pay taxes. You still have to pay taxes. And you reset all those shares that he sold off. Those are all going to be reset because he said he went back in and bought double the amount of AMC, which means it would have cost him money out of his pocket because Ape was lower in cost. So if he doubled up on AMC, he has reset the timer for all of those shares. So he's now eligible for short-term gains on AMC shares that he should sell between now and a year from now. But that's the point though, Headstock, is he's now paid taxes on those shares, and he's also going to pay taxes at a higher percentage rate on those shares, repurchase shares of AMC. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So he's going to pay taxes twice, and that's kind of sucky. All right, I'm going to leave you guys without any music because no, I'm going to put music on. I'll just come back.
The brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium?
Ads. All right. All right, guys. See you in a bit.
I'm Jim Dorn, Vice President for Monetary Studies at the Cato Institute. Welcome to Cato's 40th Annual Monetary Conference. Pleasure to have you with us today. Our first conference, The Search for Stable Money, was held in January 1983. That search continues as we face the highest inflation in 40 years. A short time ago, the Fed was worried about hitting its 2% inflation target. In 2020, the Fed implemented a new monetary framework that flexible inflation target. The idea was to make up the shortfalls by temporarily exceeding 2%, averaging 2% in the longer run. Yet, no specific time frame was given. This flexibility increases uncertainty about price stability. Until recently, the Fed's setting its policy rate lower for longer. The forward guidance was often misguided. The Fed's macro models were unreliable, and forecasting errors eroded confidence in monetary policymaking. The Fed initially saw inflation as transitory and was slow to increase its policy rate. However, the consensus has changed, and the Fed has made it clear that rates will rise until inflation falls to a more normal level, even if the U.S. faces a recession. Of course, the underlying problem with our current monetary regime is that too much is expected from policymakers. The limits of monetary policy are often forgotten. Moreover, there is no clear rule for guiding policy. Karl Brunner, who spoke at Cato's first monetary conference, pointed to the importance of rules in the conduct of monetary policy, given the complexity of the real economy and the knowledge problem. According to Brunner, quote, we suffer neither under total ignorance nor do we enjoy full knowledge. A non-activist, that is rules-based regime, emerges under the circumstances as the safest strategy. It does not assure us that economic fluctuations will be avoided, but it will assure us that monetary policy does not impose additional uncertainties on the marketplace. With its large staff of economists and access to massive amounts of data, the Fed missed forecasting the 2008 financial crisis and missed warning signs of current inflation. At a forum hosted by the ECB in June, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell stated, quote, "We now understand better how little we understand about inflation," close quote. I hope today's conference will help shed light on the causes of inflation and provide positive lessons for improving monetary policy. Before moving to the Colonel J. Bowen Jr. for supporting today's event. I also want to thank Cato's excellent staff for helping with the conference, especially Nick Anthony and Kiana Grant, as well as David Cassidy and Jonathan Fields. Finally, thanks to all our speakers and moderators for taking time from the busy schedule to join us. Now let's begin with Fed Chairman Jay Powell.
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, everyone. As Jim said, I'm Peter Gettler. Before proceeding, I want to offer my congratulations. Cato's been an important voice in the monetary realm for over 4 decades. And while there are lots of people who have contributed to this, no one has contributed more to this work than our colleague Jim Dorn. He played as large a role as anyone. Jim inaugurated our monetary conference, and under his leadership, it's become an annual institution. Jim's presided over each of these conferences, including today's, which, as he pointed out, is over 40. Following these past 40 years of service to Cato and our mission, in which he also created and edited our Cato Journal, Jim will be retiring. Jim, I just want to offer thanks for many I know you'll continue to make the world better. But I also hope you're months after his confirmation. And Ben Bernanke led the Federal Reserve amidst the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. And Chairman Powell, as we all know, has served throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath, a period in which we've seen inflation reach its highest level in 40 years. As we've sat in front of Zoom screens over the past 2.5 years, I'll just speak for myself. Many of us have watched as our hair has turned grayer, but few of us have as good an excuse for this as Chairman Powell. We're delighted to have him with us today to have a conversation about key policies. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And thank you.
I don't think it's a failure of imagination.
pandemic severely disrupted the economy and gave rise to risks of much more dire economic consequences than actually transpired, really. And that was thanks in part to the policy measures. So, to start with policy, there's no question that policy certainly supported strong demand. But in my view, we would not have seen anything like the inflation that we have seen without the pandemic. And those pandemic effects include both shifts in demand and also length of the role, not solely causing inflation. So, as for the pandemic, it did lead directly to an extraordinary shift in demand away from the in-person services and that shift, of course, was a major contributor to inflation and goods prices, which was really the main inflation story at the very beginning, when inflation broke out in March of 2021. It's worth remembering that inflation actually declined in the early stage of the pandemic, and then suddenly rose up in March of 21. The pandemic also contributed to the constrained supply in a number of important ways, including a large and persistent reduction in the size of the labor force, which contributed to extremely tight labor market conditions and upward pressure on wages. Also, the turmoil in global supply chains was probably caused to some extent by pandemic-related shutdowns, as well as strong demand, and particularly goods demand. I think cars are a good example. So yes, people had money and rates were low and demand for cars was strong, but also the pandemic shifted demand upward for cars because some people wanted to avoid public transportation. That amped up new demand for new and used cars. And also the shortage of semiconductors for cars emerged from pandemic related demand shifts as well. So the bottom line for me is that there's really a role for both here, and the two are tangled up in a way that it's really not easy to disentangle.
Those of us who grew up in the 70s, I think that the danger and cost of inflation, can't be exaggerated. In September of 1979, his first testimony, a month after he was confirmed, Paul Volcker made clear he understood the damage that was being caused by inflation and the need to bring it down, even if it required great costs in other economic ways. One of the lessons of that episode was the greater the extent to which inflation slips the leash, the higher the cost and greater economic damage necessary to bring it under control. I worry whether we have the resolve to bring inflation under control today, to face the potential economic costs. I took some comfort from your recent remarks in Jackson Hole, which seemed an attempt to signal that kind of resolve. But I do remain concerned that, the intense political pressure that might be brought to bear to avoid collateral economic damage before the inflation fight is won. And I just wondered if there's any way you can help me sleep a little bit better on that score.
Sure. So I think it's worth going back and remembering, and I pointed this out in my remarks 2 weeks ago at Jackson Hole, 10 days ago, that what Paul Volcker did and the Fed did to finally get inflation under control followed several failed attempts to get inflation under control. And what had happened over the course of that long period of the Great Inflation is that the public had really come to think of higher inflation as the norm and to expect it to continue. And that's what made it so hard to get inflation down in that case. So it is very much our view and my view that we need to act now forthrightly, strongly, as we have been doing, and we need to keep at it until the job is done to avoid that. We think we can avoid the kind of very high social costs that Paul Volcker and the Fed had to bring into play in order to get inflation back down and set us up then for a long period of price stability. That speech, the point really there was to deliver a speech that was narrowly focused on inflation, more direct and a lot shorter than a typical Jackson Hole speech. And I thought that what was appropriate was a very, kind of concise and focused message. To your question, the message really was that the Fed has and accepts responsibility for price stability, by which we mean 2% inflation over time. That, again, to your question, the longer inflation remains well above target, the greater the risk that the public does begin to see higher inflation as the norm. And that has the capacity to really raise the costs of getting inflation down. So finally, history cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. I can assure you that my colleagues and I are strongly committed to this project, and we will keep at it until the job is done. I can also assure you that we never take into consideration external political considerations. We are accountable to the public through Congress. That's a very fundamental, important aspect of our work. But we do not. We focus solely on the goals that Congress has given us, and that's what we're going to do here.
I think that that's really important because it's clear that we could see, political pressure coming to avoid economic costs when there could be claims from political players that, inflation is back in its box, long before it is. Jim mentioned in his opening remarks that 2 years ago you moved to a new framework, flexible average inflation targeting, and I'm bringing this up now because, again, just reiterating the point about trying to sleep better at night. By many accounts, this move has created some more uncertainty in the market, as Jim mentioned. And coming at a time when inflation now has increased so markedly, it creates concern that despite your stated resolve, the commitment to price stability has become less strong. Should you consider modifications to this framework to assuage these concerns and better manage short-term expectations?
So the framework, we began the work on the new framework in 2018, and we announced the results in August of 2020. And it really followed 25 years, basically, of global disinflationary forces. And the problem was that monetary policy rates were close to the effective lower bound much too much of the time, much too close, and even during good times. So that meant that central banks were having a hard time all over the world, finding ways to support the economy when it was needed. And that's why central banks, including the Fed, resorted to things like forward guidance and asset purchases. So that's why we did that. But the changes that we made were sort of a very mainstream part of a literature around makeup strategies. But really the point of our framework changes, the point of all of them was to, and we said this very clearly, was to have inflation expectations well anchored at 2%. That the average inflation targeting idea was meant to support having inflation expectations. That is the goal at 2%. And the reason is that we believe that the public's expectations of future inflation will play an important role in the actual path of inflation. So that is kind of the fundamental basis of our framework. And as I just discussed, it is very important that inflation expectations remain anchored. I think the evidence today is that if you look at longer term expectations by households, businesses, and forecasters, and also markets, you'll see that they are pretty well anchored around 2%. Of course, short term expectations are higher because of high current inflation, and also the clock is ticking. As I mentioned, the longer that inflation remains well above target, the greater the concern that the public will start to just naturally incorporate higher inflation into its economic decision making. And our job is to make sure that doesn't happen. And we're committed to doing that job.
It seems to me there's a chance that there's a real risk that the labor market, that the labor shortages persist. Does that create a risk that takes some of the ability to manage this process out of your hands? To the extent that there continue to be labor shortages, does that then feed into expectations that the public has about inflation, as you mentioned very prominently?
Well, I think you're right that if it does turn out that we are in a world of a persistent labor shortage over time, that'll be a challenging world for companies, and it will certainly create upward pressure on wages and that sort of thing. Today, the labor market demand is very, very strong still in the labor market. We're still printing new payroll job numbers at a high level. Wages are running at elevated levels, and so we think by our policy interventions, what we hope to achieve is a period of growth below trend, which will cause the labor market to get back into better balance, and that will bring wages back down to levels that are more consistent with 2% inflation over time. That's what we're trying to achieve. The shock to labor supply that we got from the pandemic was large and unexpected, and unfortunately persistent. I will say that just in the very last labor market report that we got last Friday, we did see a welcome increase in labor force participation. Nonetheless, still a full percentage point below where it was before the crisis. And I think it's important as a society that we have measures in place to support a strong labor market and high labor force participation. And that goes beyond what we can accomplish with monetary policy.
You've made some contrast to how things are different today. What's different today from the high inflationary period of the late 70s and early 80s. I guess some other distinctions are, I remember as a student in Boston in the early 80s, in the days before the internet, I remember seeing people actually line up at the Fidelity office to see the monetary aggregates released on a weekly basis. And the way the money travels through the economy has changed dramatically since Milton Friedman first said that inflation's always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. I'm just wondering, how do you respond when people look to the huge spike in government spending and say, I think you answered this in part in the first question, but that when they look at the huge spike in spending and say the Fed's printed all this money, so of course we have inflation.
So I graduated from college in 1975, which was close to peak monetarism, and there was quite a focus on monetary aggregates, and I recall it just as you do. So to go to this current situation, so as part of our response to the pandemic, we did resort to large asset purchases to address what were pretty severe disruptions in markets, and then also to support the economy, and our balance sheet expanded dramatically. But remember that our purchases of securities don't actually increase the quantity of government obligations held by the public. They really change the mix because we issue bank reserves to pay for those securities. So we're not changing the quantity of obligations. That is not to say that money growth wasn't high. It was, of course, extraordinarily high in 2020, and then slowed down in 21, and now is quite sluggish. And I guess I would just say it this way: whatever caused, there are different theories on what caused the inflation that so suddenly jumped up out of the ground in March of 2021. Whatever that cause was, the relationship between the money supply and inflation, economic output, has been much more unstable than it was in Friedman's day for a very long time. And so literally changes in monetary aggregates have not had a consistent, reliable relationship. They haven't been a good predictor of the economy or of inflation. Now, of course, the economy is ever changing, and that too could change, to where it is important again. But for now, and for really many years now, monetary aggregates don't play an important role in our formulation of policy, and we don't think they're generally a good way to think about policy or about inflation. It's more about demand and supply and things like that. So that's where we would be on that.
That actually calls to mind, at Cato, we do have a strong aversion to a fully discretionary fiat money system. And so we do like to socialize and promote alternative frameworks that could move policy in a market direction that eliminates some of this discretion. Jim mentioned that a consistent theme over the years of this conference has been, potential monetary rules. And that kind of calls into question whether inflation and prices are really the best targets to use for monetary policy. Some folks have advocated for a rules-based system, such as targeting nominal GDP is something we've heard a lot about in recent years, partly because, as you say, monetary policy is not suited to address, well suited to address supply shocks. Could you share with us some of your thoughts of that type of approach and whether it's something that you would consider?
So more broadly on rules, of course, Taylor rules have become part of the fabric of economic analysis and particularly monetary policy analysis in ways that must be far greater than John Taylor could have hoped when he wrote his original article in 1993. So, but no central bank and the Fed has never explicitly tied our monetary policy decisions to any formula, including Taylor rules. But Taylor rules, nonetheless, are ubiquitous in all of the work that we do. You have to have a variable, or a way and a model of explaining how monetary policy will react, and some kind of Taylor rule is now very much part of the way we think. In terms of nominal income targeting, and by the way, I know that Cato is one of the home courts for nominal income targeting, along with Mercatus and some others. And I know that this is a lot of well-known experts, many of them at your institution, do support nominal income targeting. And I'll just say that, we've looked at that, I've looked at that, and really come to the view that that nominal income targeting is not the right way to go. And I'll try to explain why. By the way, I know that these arguments are well known to nominal income targeters and will be found to be unpersuasive. But nonetheless, I'll just give you my
and one thing I would interject is that we have debates internally as well, and I think for us the concept really is more, wanting to socialize a number of alternatives and try to move towards alternatives that do have more of a market basis and again remove discretion.
I think that's a very healthy process, and the whole debate over many years about rules and discretion is a fascinating and important one that is far from over. So it's really a mix of the two. I think but getting to nominal income targeting, we've got a dual mandate: maximum employment and price stability, and it comes down to, is nominal income targeting the best way to promote that? We don't think it is. I don't really think it is, and part of that just is that it would be, I think, very difficult to explain to the public the relationship of a nominal income target, nominal GDP target to those goals. It's a level of complexity that, even some economists and policymakers struggle with, let alone the general public. So it seems like it would be a reach to sort of put that, for us to have that be our fundamental framework. And a couple of examples that would be difficult. One in particular would be, what do you do with changes in trend growth? We have, highly uncertain estimates of levels of trend growth that we amend down through the years, and many years later, we may have a very different view. But it is broadly understood, I think, or thought that trend growth has declined considerably rather, over the course of since the global financial crisis. So how do you incorporate that into a nominal income target? Do you just raise the contribution of inflation, or do you annually re-estimate trend growth? And if you do that, you're incorporating both communications issues, but also, just big chances of policy error, because we just don't know these things with that kind of, we don't know any of the starred variables, so to speak, with that level of certainty. So I'll just say, really interesting, and it works very well in models, but it seems difficult to implement from a practical standpoint, and it's not something that we have chosen to do or that we are currently looking at.
You mentioned a dual mandate. I don't want to ignore the unemployment rate during this conversation. When I said earlier that, we obviously have an aversion to a, fully discretionary monetary system, many of us also regret the adoption of the dual mandate in lieu of a strict focus on monetary stability. The Fed's own website acknowledges that maximum employment is driven mainly by non-monetary factors. And if we accept that, does it really make sense for employment to be part of the Fed's mandate?
So, Peter, as you know, we're created by Congress in statute, and Congress assigns our goals, and it has assigned maximum employment and price stability. It's my view that the dual mandate has served the public well and is generally workable. In particular, at the moment, I don't see the two goals as in conflict at all, because without price stability, we will not be able to achieve the kind of strong labor market that we want for a sustained period that benefits all. So I don't see a case for moving to a single mandate, but that's really a question for Congress, and we will of course implement whatever mandate Congress gives us. To your point about maximum employment, it's true that, and we do say that and have for some time, that non-monetary factors are really what drives the level of maximum employment, which clearly changes through the business cycle and over time. But we can and do assess that, and we do it transparency, and Congress has said that should be a goal, a co-equal goal with price stability. So that's what we're implementing. And again, I don't think there's a strong case for changing that. I don't think it hampers us in our pursuit, and I think we can achieve both goals in the medium term.
You stole my follow-up, because you started out saying Congress sets the mandate, and so my follow-up was going to be, well, should the mandate, should they consider changing the mandate? And I think you've answered that. But I guess a natural follow-up might be then that if the dual mandate weren't enough, there's been talk of adding more elements to the Fed's objectives, including like racial equity that seem far from the Fed's ability to address. In addition, the Fed's remit has expanded from the banking system to the broader financial system, and its regulatory responsibilities were widely expanded in the wake of the financial crisis. How does continuing expanding the Fed's mandates not undermine focus on that fundamental responsibility of monetary stability, beyond things such as the employment element of the mandate?
So I think our current mandate is appropriate, and I would not want to see it narrowed or broadened for that matter. We've got narrow and we've got well-defined goals that we're supposed to pursue. And what we've gotten with that is a precious grant of independence that lets us pursue those goals without direct political control. For monetary policy, that's maximum employment and price stability. And I think that dual mandate has served the public well. I really don't think it would not be a good idea to broaden it to goals that might be inconsistent with those two mandates, and that would be very difficult for us to achieve with our tools. More broadly than that, though, I think it's really important that we stick to our assigned tasks and resist the temptation to take on issues that are the province of elected representatives or of Congress. And if we do that, if we do stray from our core mandates, that will eventually undermine the case for our remaining independent. And I think, Fed independence is an institutional arrangement that has served the public well, and I think that's pretty well documented and accepted.
I mentioned a couple of times, our concern about a fully discretionary system, and one of the biggest of those concerns is that in the face of large economic dislocations, we've been running what really amount to unprecedented experiments. I would cite the quadrupling of the Fed's balance sheet in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, and then doubling it again during the pandemic. To your credit, it was right before the pandemic that you were beginning to move towards reducing the balance sheet. Could you shed some light for us on where you hope to take the balance sheet over time, and what's the way that you really try to get there? Do you see the Fed ever moving back to a scarce reserve framework like it had before the 2008 crisis?
Sure. So in the last cycle, after we ended our asset purchases, we froze the size of the balance sheet in 2014 and then allowed it to shrink passively relative to the size of the economy for about 3 years. So as the economy grew, the balance sheet didn't grow. Then in 2017, we began to allow maturing assets to run off, and that process went on until 2019. By the end of that period, we had a balance sheet that was significantly smaller relative to the size of the economy and smaller than it was overall. So then we resumed asset purchases, as you know, 2020, and once again now we are embarked on shrinking the balance sheet, and the test will be back to levels that satisfy the public's demand for our liabilities. That's currency and reserves and things like that, but also with reserves maintained at levels that are consistent with our ample reserves regime. So the balance sheet is substantially larger now, obviously, and consequently the runoff process is designed to be substantially faster than in the last. And for safe and liquid assets, central banks may need to rely on large-scale asset purchases again from time to time in response to severe shocks. And remember that the large financial institutions hold very, very large quantities of safe assets now as a liquidity buffer, and that includes a lot of reserves. So the bottom line is that the quantity of reserves is just so much higher. It would seem to be impractical to try to manage scarcity, and demand will be volatile too. So it doesn't seem practical. And again, we think that the current system works well and provides a lot of liquidity to the system, which is kind of a net gain.
All right, I thought it might be time to shift gears a little bit away from inflation and monetary policy. I remember in the first year I joined Cato, I read an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal advocating for the Fed to implement a digital currency. And I was kind of horrified at the privacy implications of this prospect and said so in a letter to the editor at that time. Since then, the Fed has formally stepped into the digital currency ring, and digital currency has obviously been a very recurring theme in these conferences, but the Fed has stepped into this arena with a discussion paper on a central bank digital currency and several speeches from Fed governors.
Here comes the sale.
Our team has reviewed the more than 2,000 comments that the Fed's central bank digital currency discussion paper received, and we find that about 2/3 of them are concerned or outright opposed to the idea. Commenters raised concerns of financial privacy, financial oppression, and disintermediating the bank system, some of the same concerns that led me to write that letter to the editor 7 years ago. How can these serious concerns about privacy and freedom be reconciled with a digital currency?
Let me start by saying that we haven't made any decisions at all about whether to issue a CBDC, and we continue to evaluate the pros and cons and look at the technical questions and the policy questions, and we expect that evaluation process is going to take some time, appropriately so. Secondly, I'll say that we do not intend to proceed with issuance of a CBDC without clear support from both the executive branch and from Congress, ideally in the form of a specific authorizing law. So we did get, it was very gratifying, 2,000 and some comments. And, I won't tell you that I've read those, but I've read all of them, but I've read some of them and I've read the summaries. And, it's a lot of very thoughtful concerns, including the ones that you raised. And there are things that we're considering very seriously. So we in our own paper, we suggested that a CBDC in our jurisdiction should be privacy protected, intermediated, widely transferable, and identity verified. So on privacy protection, let's start with that. Very, very important. And we all see what's happening with the digital RMB. And the issues with privacy. We would not want a world in which the government sees in real time every money transfer that anyone makes with a CBDC. That would not be something that would be at all attractive in the American context. So privacy protection is going to be extremely important, and we're attentive to striking a balance, of course, between law enforcement and privacy protection. But that can be managed in the same way that it's currently managed in the banking system, or in some similar way. In terms of another issue, really is disintermediation, and that really is a question of, if say you had an interest-bearing CBDC, it could be attractive, it could compete with deposits, could draw deposits out of the banking system, that could limit credit availability. That's another issue to be managed. I think one of the things that actually that Cato mentioned in your was also the run risk issue, and that is the question of, are you creating an asset that would be very attractive in in a panic or severe stress situation, and fostering runs. So look, it's going to be, as I mentioned, it's going to be, we think our role is this: we want to carefully and thoroughly analyze the public policy and technological challenges, public policy trade-offs and technological challenges. That's what we're doing. The idea is that this will lead all of us to a better understanding of those trade-offs and prepare the way for, hopefully, a well-informed decision on whether and when to issue a dollar central bank digital currency. That's what we think our role is, and we think that the Fed is the right institution to do that. We can proceed without, we're a nonpartisan institution, non-political institution that we can do these things, and I hope present conclusions and analysis that will support an intelligent decision when it's time to make that.
Well, this is something we'll definitely be having a lot to say on in the future as well, particularly from a perspective of privacy concerns. That's being a watchdog on those issues is a very important role for Cato. I do want to ask about cryptocurrency, but first I should probably, in fairness, reveal that the gentleman who photobombed Janet Yellen 5 years ago by holding up a buy Bitcoin sign behind her during her Humphrey Hawkins testimony earlier this year became my son-in-law. So that's a little bit of a disclaimer I'm going to put out there. But without debating the merits or future of cryptocurrencies generally, or one or another crypto products, I'll say that in the monetary arena, Cato stands for nothing if not a desire to see more interest in monetary policy, to see more people concerned about our discretionary fiat system. And also, we want to see private market innovation and experimentation in developing alternatives. And crypto is just such a great example of this. There's a long history of government and regulation thwarting such innovation and experimentation, which we find really disappointing. So I wonder if you could respond to these kinds of concerns, namely that regulators might ultimately strangle crypto to the extent that it really does develop into a viable alternative system.
So I'll talk about it in two pieces. One is unbacked cryptocurrencies as such, and those have not and don't appear to offer, have not offered and don't appear to offer much in the way of public interest in using them as payments. Let's say it's not a great store of value. What it is a speculative asset. It's not backed by anything.
There could be an argument that that's still during the development phase, and that it's something that we could see emerge. But
yes,
be that as it may.
And I also have close in family members who offer that perspective vigorously. So, as you suggest, but stable coins is a different thing, and the question is, are there forms of private money like stable coins which can play a role in our financial system, which would, and the answer is, of course, that we don't want to stand in the way of appropriate innovation, particularly including, digital innovation. But we think that something like that, which is, purporting to be money, would need to be appropriately regulated. And I hear that wide agreement on that, by the way, from a lot of the stablecoin companies now are seeing that as part of getting to a place where they are a legitimate part of the financial system. So I think you need regulation. If people are going to think something is money, then it needs to actually have the qualities of money. And if it doesn't, then you don't want. I don't think you want to take money and make it into just another consumer product where sometimes it fails and sometimes it's good. You want it to be guaranteed to be good. If the public's going to look at it like it was a dollar, you want to have clarity, transparency. You want to have full reserves of very liquid, high quality assets, and things like that. That's all. So I think that we need legislation on this. Just it's typical of technological innovations. There isn't a regulatory framework that really gets after payment stable coins. And so I think that's what's needed. But I wouldn't think of us as being opposed to that kind of innovation. We're more the people who are saying, among others, that we need appropriate regulation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the devil's ultimately in the details. I mean, we while we have these debates, I mean, we would concede, we're living in a world where we will see innovation, and we've basically promoted, a light touch, market focused approach, because there is a real risk of again, having an impact on the development of these innovations and really thwarting what could be very promising and useful innovation.
No, and I agree with that. We don't want to be in that place. We want to be in favor of innovation, but also of appropriate regulation.
Mm-hmm. And ultimately, some of the people who end up driving, the regulation might be, as you mentioned, legislation. The end product may not meet the objectives that you and I both say that we want. Another topic, as long as I can remember, successive chairmen have warned of our unsustainable fiscal path. Regrettably, no one in Congress or the White House seems to be listening. I'm, particularly during a period of high inflation, I've been, continually chagrined at, the number of big spending bills that continue to come down the pike, and legislation that's passed. Long after I think the crisis of the pandemic has ended. The lessons of the financial crisis and COVID might be that keeping our fiscal house in order is essential as preparation to meet the challenges of unexpected but inevitable, economic dislocations. But the opposite lesson seems to have been learned, that we can keep spending, whatever we wish without worrying about a day of reckoning. And I just, I'm very concerned about the day of reckoning and what risks we're laying for the economic well-being of future generations. And I just wonder, your thoughts on those concerns and, the potential timing of that day's arrival and its consequences, and whether you have any ideas about how we can build a real constituency for fiscal responsibility in America.
So I do share those concerns. And in fact, I was working on those issues before I joined the Fed. But at the Fed, my position needs to be that fiscal policy really is the responsibility of Congress and the administration. Wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment too much on specific policy proposals or laws. More to the point, with inflation running so far above 2%, this is probably an especially good time to focus on achieving our own mandate rather than doling out advice to others. But like my predecessors, I'll point out that our federal fiscal policy is not on a sustainable path, and it really hasn't been for some time. And we will need to get back to a sustainable path sooner or later. To your point, sooner is better than later. And I guess I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thanks. We're getting close to the end of our time, so I'm thinking about a closing question. I wonder, with everything that we've discussed thus far, what are some of the key lessons that you've learned since you became Fed chair, and what advice might you give to a lot of the young, monetary
your predecessor
that's coming soon that Cato and other places are working to develop?
So I guess I would say that both experience and also studying history are great teachers of what can be hard lessons. And I actually mentioned 3 lessons at Jackson Hole 10 days ago, and those were first, that the Fed does have and accept responsibility for price stability. Even now, some are questioning that, but that to us is settled. Secondly, that inflation expectations are really important and need to be carefully monitored, because if they do move up, they can make the job of getting back to price stability so much harder. And third is that, the record is there is a record of failed attempts to get inflation under control, which only raises the ultimate cost to society of getting under control, hence the need to do this job now and keep at it. So those are 3 lessons. I would say more broadly, another really fundamental lesson is that the structure of the economy is ever changing and highly complex. And, we see that today around the world. Many nations are experiencing the first high inflation in 40 years, all around the world. Different countries have different composition and backstories, but it's really quite global. And the question really is, is this going to be a temporary thing that's really related to the pandemic in some way, or is there actually something more structural and persistent happening? For example, if we're moving to a world where we're going to see more frequent, larger, and more persistent supply shocks for whatever reason, that will have critical and difficult implications for the conduct of economic policy and monetary policy in particular. So this is not possible to know right now, but it's certainly a question that looms. I mean, to me, to sum it up, I would just say economics is not physics. There isn't any specific temperature at which the economy boils over. It does boil over from time to time, and when that happens, it often takes many years of analysis, discussion, and debate to reach general agreement on why that has happened. So the point is that we are always making monetary policy under high uncertainty about the structure of the economy and the path ahead. That makes our work challenging. It also makes getting it right very important for the people that we serve, and we do think about that every day. So our understanding of the economy has to evolve. As the economy evolves, as time passes, we do learn more, and I think it's okay to follow the evidence and change one's mind. I think advice to scholars young and old is that people shouldn't be afraid to say that they've changed their view and explain why. I actually find that refreshing when people say, you know, my view has evolved in the face of the evidence.
Yep, I agree.
I guess one more word to close for those young researchers you mentioned, and this is a commercial for public service and for the Fed. So the Fed is a very special place where people can combine policy research with policy making. This is a place that has, all of us have a very strong sense of mission in our work, which is very satisfying. And that mission is to serve the public. And it really matters. Our work really matters to the public. I would say there's no higher calling or more satisfying mission. So I hope that young researchers and economists and others will consider public service as part of their career. For me, it's been only a part. But in particular, consider working at the Fed, where you'd be most welcome.
Thanks for that. I mean, I share those sentiments. As you know, you mentioned your work at the Bipartisan Research Center, and you know, I'm at Cato because I care about the future of our country and the future course of liberty and freedom in America, and for the kind of world you know, future generations are going to grow up, and whether they're going to have the same opportunities that we all have had to live in a free country and to pursue, you know, their American dream, and being part of that is a real privilege. I know, you know, at Cato we work very hard to raise consciousness of monetary policy and the potential for monetary reform. We wish that, you know, we think this is a very important topic, and that more Americans should pay attention to it, even though it's complicated. We wish there were more policy organizations that would prioritize this policy area and you know, raise their level of resources dedicated, you know, to this area. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, you know, Cato is not shy about being critical, and we enjoy intellectually jousting with you and your team, but we also recognize that you know, we share common you know, goals and objectives for our country, and it's in the country's best interests, by which that jousting and those debates and areas of disagreement, it's within that context that they occur. And so I do thank you for your work. You're in a challenging position, and I thank you very much for being part of this conference today. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks, Peter. The pleasure is mine too.
Thanks so much. And with that, I'm just going to let all the viewers know that we're going to be taking a break now until the top of the hour. So we're going to reconvene with the next panel at 10 a.m. So we'll see you then. Chairman Powell, thanks very much again. Have a great day.
My pleasure. You too.
So it sounds like they're on a 10-minute break here. I go through my numbers here, usually this time in the morning. I don't know if you guys want to see any of these other individuals talking. In case, for those of you who don't know, I actually didn't know. The Cato Institute is an American libertarian think tank headquartered in Washington, D.C. It was founded in 1977 by Ed Crane, Murray Rothbard, and Charles Koch. Good old Hawk Koch. He's got somebody in the family somewhere named Charles Koch. So now that we know how to say the name right, who's the chairman of the board and chief executive officer of Koch Industries. You can't make this shit up, guys. There's really something called Koch Industries. Cato was established to have a focus on public advocacy, media exposure, and social influence, according to the 2020 Global Go to the Think Tank Index report. Cato is number 27 in the top think tanks worldwide and number 13 in the top think tanks in the United States. I don't know if you guys want to see what it is that they have to say on top of this, but there is a Koch. There is a Koch Industries out there. Just letting you know. All hail High Koch. I don't know, guys. It's a real thing. It's really real. Don't forget that Hawk didn't always have the first name Hawk. What was his name originally? Was it Harold? No, Harold. Was it Harold? Maybe it was. I feel like it was an H. I can't remember what his first name was. Yale says, I don't think you'd be too impressed with the Koch brothers' history. I don't get involved in those kind of things. Oh man. Koch Industries. Right? Yeah. I don't know if you guys want to watch more of that or not. I can pull back up and see, who else they have on the panel to interview after the 9 o'clock hours here. As far as the market goes, the VIX was up like 4% at one point. It's down to about 1.58%. It did have that red opening that I had suggested we would see, but it's starting to recover a little bit from that. There are specific stocks that are green, like Tesla, GME, Hood, Ape, and AMC are all green. Taking a look at GME, GME had a volatile opening. It doesn't really look, actually it looks exactly like AMC's opening, almost. But in actuality, the price swing on this was pretty crazy. It was up like 5% earlier, down to like almost like, I think it went negative even for a little bit, and then it went positive again, and so it's been all over the place. It's been up, down, left, right. It's like a jump rope. Let's see here. Pam says, when Casey laughs, it doesn't matter what he said. I just like laughing along. Thanks. It doesn't matter. Just say something and laugh. It's like painting canvas, with Bob Ross. It doesn't matter what he paints. He could paint a pile of poo, and we probably all sit there and go like, wow. Oh, Howard. Thanks. I couldn't remember if it is Howard. Yes, only in paradise. Howard is his original first name, wasn't Hawk. Howard Koch. Koch. Let me go ahead and pull up the Ichimoto cloud real quick, just because I think you guys will probably want to see that. I know earlier this morning it was looking a little juicy. Looks to me like we're really. Let me get rid of some of these lines I got going on here. What's going on? What is this? Get rid of that. Let's get rid of yesterday's data too. Well, let's supporting that line. Let's do that. Let's keep that. Get rid of that. And we'll get rid of some of these additional lines. All right, so we do have price above, or the lagging line above price line. The conversion line is above base, and the price is getting to that point where it's starting to look like a buy. Once it enters into the cloud, it's kind of one of those gray areas where it's. The rule is you don't buy when it goes into the cloud. So buying on the underside of the cloud is kind of a risk for day traders. So you really want to see price move up above the cloud, which would be at $8.66. Just kind of throwing that out there. This is for AMC. On Ape, again, conversion line is right at price line. We are inside the cloud. Conversion line is above base. All we would need to do is move above the conversion line or move above the cloud to turn this into a strong buy signal. When the cloud turns red over here, the top side of that is $5.05, which is what we're right over right now, is 507. So you can almost bet they're going to try and want to keep this price below that or inside the cloud, if at all possible, to keep people from wanting to turn this into a buy. But price would need to get above the conversion line. Also, right now it's below it, so it would need to get above conversion. The cloud flips over to red at 12:30. The first data point would be at 13:30. Oh, second largest movie theater chain, Cineworld, files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Why did I think that they were third largest? Huh. I thought they were third largest. My bad. I guess I just learned something new. For some reason, I thought they were third. Second largest. Filed for bankruptcy. Jack, we don't talk about other stocks here. I'm gonna remove your comment. I mean, I like to try and avoid the shiny things on the side of the road, if you know what I mean. Don't worry though, you get a warning. First time's a warning, then I put you in a timeout. Sandman says, Casey, when is the Super Tramp cross country bus tour? As soon as the MOASS is over and I go out and purchase one. I gotta purchase one first. Volume is looking shallow, light. I don't know what word you want to use. Descriptive word you want to use there. Sam says, isn't Cineworld second and third largest? Maybe. I didn't. Let me click on that again. It's possible. Oops. News. That's not the one I wanted. That one. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I mean, it is one corporation, so I don't know how they could be third too, but I don't know. I'm a Sofa King stupid, says Lambo cancel. I don't want a Lambo. I'm not a Lambo kind of guy. Just I'll be happy with my big tramp over here. My lowrider big tramp. Probably have to modify it so we can get it lowered a little bit. I don't want it so low that it scrapes the speed bumps when you go over the speed bumps. Like that that's too low. Oh, that's what it was, Captain. Captain was asking me about why he was in. So timeout for bad joke for 24. Yeah. By the way, let me talk about bad jokes. I'm not gonna accept any kind of suicide jokes around here, guys. I really, I mean, I feel very, very strongly about, people in their lives, and I don't wish that upon anybody. And especially after what happened with the CFO for Bed Bath and Beyond, I think that it's really poor taste to be throwing out jokes like that right now. So I'm just gonna throw out instant bans. If you want to come back and talk in the community after I instant ban you, you're more than welcome to send me a message. You got plenty of places you can contact me, and we can talk about it and see if I feel differently about it. But any kind of suicide jokes, and I'm just gonna instant ban you because I just don't. I think that they're just really poor taste. Those people have families. Those people love them, and it's really poor taste. All right, it's 9:03, so let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so if you want me to specifically comment or see something that it is that you're saying, hold up until you see the big tramp back on the page again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Great second level of security. Get them out of there. Keep people out of your accounts that aren't supposed to be in your accounts. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around, and we'll check out the data here and see what's going on with everything in the numbers. All right, starting with the top right-hand side of the screen, I did post in the comment section earlier. I just noticed my beard's like all. I took a shower last night. I'm trying to decide, is showering in the night before like better than showering the day of? I don't know. Maybe it helps you sleep better. It's all kind of nappy right now. Price prediction tally points. Monty, Eric, myself, and Keto all got points from yesterday. Our price predictions as a combined price between AMC and Ape, because that's what we own, is $12 to $15 for me. Eric has $12.20 to $15.20. Keto has $11.78 to $14.78, and Monty has $13.01 to $16.01. Our current combined price is $13.36. Taking a look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, short extent volume was slightly up. It was went from 207 to 218 day over day. Utilization still at 100%. That's, I think, 147 days. I have to go back and recount the days, but I think we're on day number 147 of utilization being at 100%. We were up 2.44% yesterday. Off exchange volume so far this morning. Normally, by this time in the morning, 44% is what I would expect to see. EDGX somewhere between 10 and 11. Current values are showing up at 56.42 and 12.77. So heavy volume going through the off exchange already this morning. Those are really high numbers. Normally would be closer to 50 or low 60 to high 50s at this time of the morning. These numbers are super high already. A lot of price discovery being hidden right now. Ape, same numbers. I would suggest we're at 54.75 in the off exchange. EDGX is at 12.59. 67.34% volume going through the off exchanges already. Again, very high numbers. A lot of price discovery being hidden there. Max pain for the day today, guys, is $11. It did decrease. So we started out the week at $13.50. We went down to $12, and now we're down to $11 today. Again, the combined price between AMC and Ape is $13.41. Institutional ownership, down at the bottom of the screen. Hold on a second. Let me just change something real quick here. Okay. Institutional ownership earlier this morning was showing 154.565 million shares. Let's give that a refresh and see if it's changed. It has not. Day over day, that's down by about 100,000 shares. Ortex data so far this morning, according to Ortex, we've got AMC with a borrowing of actually a return of 103,000 shares. That's not really going to have much impact on the estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is showing at 21.55. Cost to borrow is at 26.64. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 195.96 million shares, which is 1 million shares less day over day. I'm estimating a return of about 361,000 in shares of short interest. A little bit different story today on Ape than what we've been used to seeing. So far for the day-to-day, they've borrowed 579,000 shares, which is going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.72. Cost of borrow is at 10.81. The difference today is that for the first time since the return of shares when we were at all-time high of loan amount at 155 million, we had a borrowing of shares. First time. It was 1.4 million shares that were borrowed day over day, putting us at 49.39 million shares on loan. Utilization is now day number 2 below 100% at 94.67, and short interest of the free float, I think I already read it, but it's 9.72. All those shares on loan are short interest. Taking a look at options. Mitch was asking questions earlier. I think a couple of people might have been asking questions about whether or not there's volume on AMC1 and that there should be only close-only positions. I see volume on a daily basis on AMC1. For example, today, there's currently 27 contracts at a $15 strike for calls, which is $1 more than what it was yesterday for the highest amount. There's currently 27 contracts that have been open for AMC1. For puts, at a $13.50 strike price, which is $1.50 higher than it was yesterday. The highest amount of volume that we have is 138 contracts. Taking a closer look at some of the data on Ortex here. Here's your utilization for that 100 and what I'm saying is 47 days of trading where utilization was 100%. On loan amount, day over day, slightly decreasing. This is the 1 million decrease right here. On loan average age per day should continue to rise when that's the case. I'm sorry. When there were return shares, there was 1 million shares returned. I would still expect to see a rise on this because we had 5 million shares that were returned the other day, and this value still drove upwards. So yeah, it did move up. On loan average age is 40.77 yesterday to 40.85 today. Estimated short share interest of the free float did drop ever so slightly with the returned shares that occurred. 21.61 yesterday to 21.54 today. Security lending volume did increase day over day from 14.42 million to 15.58. On Ape, here is your utilization. Oops, hold on a second. Decreases over the last 2 days from 100%. If we get 3 more days of this decreasing utilization, I have a feeling we'll probably fall off the threshold list that we've been on since the 31st. I was asked a question earlier today by MGTO about a 13-day period that they would have in order to return these shares. And I'll tell you what I found about that here in just a few minutes. Security lending volume day over day was slightly increased. It went from 14.97 to 21.39 million. Obviously, on loan average age per day. Oh, it actually kind of dipped amazingly. It went from 9.13 to 8.88. And that probably would have been due to the fact that some new loans were loaned out. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is number 2. Heavily most traded stock with 72% buys and 28% sales. Ape is 19th with 60% buys and 40% sales, which is that's the bare minimum I like to see on a buy-sell ratio on orders. And AMC is in 28th with 55% buys and 45% sales. So we're kind of lacking a little bit here on our buy-to-sell ratio on AMC. Trigger price for SSR is $7.55. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did a lot of returning this morning. Looks like since market open, they've borrowed another 50,000 shares, putting us at about 250,000 shares borrowed for the day today so far. Fees are back up again to 22.1%. There has been a return of ETFs after having been borrowed for a couple hours. NASDAQ is down 0.29, Dow Jones is down 0.32, and the S&P 500 is down 0.26. We have 3,843 decliners to 2,779 advancers. The VIX is up 1.58, VTI is down 0.2, and IWD is down 0.07, Tesla is up 0.28, Amazon is down 0.98, Cinemark is down 2.91, Doge is down 1.07, Bitcoin is down 0.83, GameStop is up 6.78, HYMC is down 0.61, Hood is down 0.61, NCMI is down 3.13, Ape is up 0.2, and AMC is up 0.95%. Inflow versus outflow, almost identical. There's hardly any difference, just like $2,000 or $2,000 more of outflow than inflow. Not very much, not a big difference. 4.24 million shares having been traded after 43 minutes. Putting us on pace for about 38.5 million shares traded on AMC by the end of the day. That's our pace currently. That will obviously drop throughout the day as usually our pace drops off after market open. And I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million. So I think we're on pace for that. Looking at the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.86, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have a divergence of the Vortex indicator with more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.75, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.64, which is above average. On Ape, inflow versus outflow, there's currently $400,000 more of inflow. 1.56 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see here, 44 minutes. We're on pace for about 13.82 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. No change in volume predictions for today. They look the same as yesterday. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.71, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.66, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.6, which is just slightly below average. On the hourly, Ichimoto. Nobody's ever going to take me seriously, guys. Nobody will ever take me seriously calling this Ichimoto, just telling you. And I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that, but I'm telling you right now, people are going to make fun of me one day. I'll take it. And I'll be like, you know what? It's funny. Just stop. It's funny. Ichimoto. The lagging line, believe it or not, is above the price line just barely. Conversion line is above base and price is inside the cloud. In order for this to become a buy signal, a very strong buy signal, you would want to see price above the cloud and above the conversion line. So both of those two could turn this into a buy frenzy. So we may have something like that at forming. Just depends on whether price can hold its position or continue to move up further. That's for Ape. AMC is showing similar signs, although price is below the cloud. Price is technically above the conversion's above base, and lagging line is above price. This could be a buy signal right now. It just depends on, this is typically where you would go to a 4-hour chart. As an investor, you would go to a 4-hour chart and say, okay, it looks like a buy signal right now, but how are we looking on a 4-hour chart? Is this a long-term trend or is it short-term? And the unfortunate thing is that ever since the stock split, the dividend that we had, the chart for 4 hours is jacked up. It's not accurate. It's not accurate at all. It doesn't have enough data here Like if I took you over Ape right here on a 4-hour chart, you could see that the total amount of data points that it's had to track so far on a 4-hour chart is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 data points. That's not enough data. That's really not enough data to let you know where you're at on a charting basis. That's just not enough data. But as it stands, if you were looking at a 4-hour chart on this, this doesn't. We're getting closer to a thinning portion of the cloud. Not, I mean, it is definitely thinner in the next couple days. Conversion is still below base, and lagging line is still below price line. I don't know. I really don't know what to say about this. I mean, I'm with Booksy on this one. I mean, he's raising hell over there talking about how these charts are jacked up, and he's not wrong. Anytime you pull a chart, price should be price, right? Like, I mean, it shouldn't have any like conflicting data. Here you go on a 4-hour chart showing $34.33 back on March 29th, and then you go to a daily chart, you look at the same date, and you get 2109, March 29th. You can't chart on this crap. It's frustrating, guys. It's frustrating that being a numbers guy, when I see stuff like this, I just go like, this is not how it's supposed to. Not like this. That's all I can think of is not like. You guys see the Matrix? That's from the Matrix. If you haven't seen the Matrix, you don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's a charting nightmare. It's truly and honestly a charting nightmare. But we have some pretty smart people who are making inquiries and throwing ape shit. So throwing ape shit and eating crayons over this. So hopefully we can see some of these charts get resolved here. And it's not just Webull, it's TradingView too. Nikki says implied volatility for what price range? Implied volatility for. Hold on a second, let me pull up. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the lower numbers we've seen in a while, isn't it? Yeah, Christian Princess won. It's my fault. It's entirely my fault. I just have really, really crappy internet, and unfortunately, um, you'll have to take it up with my super chat and ask for a refund over super chat land. By the way, guys, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but in the Discord, there is now a super chat. What is it called? Super chat refunds section on the Discord. So all complaints can go to that section. Please leave it to complaints only. I don't want to see like funnies over there. There's plenty of other rooms for funnies. Please leave it for actual real complaints. Christian Prissa says, "Thank you. It's much better now." I wish it was something I had done, Christian. I really wish it was. Unfortunately, I have no control over it. None. I wish I did. Let me make sure I'm showing you guys Ape and AMC. Okay, these charts look almost identical, so I was making sure I didn't have duplicates up here. Lines look just like Jimmy's. Jimmy's. Who's Jimmy's? Jimmy's. Kramer? How do the clouds look now, Jabib says. Just look for the target numbers. Write these numbers here. I'll write them down. I'll write them down for you guys. So I can mention the numbers to you. So let's take a look at the numbers. For the Ichimoto cloud on the hourly for Ape, actually I'm gonna put AMC first because I tend to read like that. The number that we're looking to really kind of shoot past on AMC is going to be 866. We're 863 right now. Anything above 866 should become a hard buy. 866 for AMC. And let's see here. Ape. Actually, we're already in the magic number range for Ape, but anything over 513 would be perfect. We'll say 513. Yeah, anything over 513, it actually gets better for us. Like the higher over 513 we get, the number actually goes down later on in the day. So, which shows even stronger strength. So 866 on AMC and 513 on Ape. Those are kind of the magic go button numbers. Speaking of which, go button numbers. I haven't played a certain song this morning. I didn't do the intro. Yeah, Prometheus, I did mention short interest for the day today. If you want me to just read it off real quick, I can to you. Right now on AMC, we're at 21.55. On Ape, we're at 9.74. Let me go ahead and do the intro just because, damn it, I want to. I love the song for today, so let's do it. Let's just do the intro now. Why not, right? Who cares? See you guys after the intro.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
DDD. We buy, we hold, screw the hedges, screw them. That's right. This is where we like to fling poo, eat crayons for breakfast, and rock straw. That's never gonna get old. It's not gonna get. I get chills every time I do that. every single stinking time I do that, I get chills. It's just like for me, it's not gonna get old. For you guys, I don't know, but for me, I get chills every time. Or we fling poo. We change the S word to the P word because kids, they might be listening in the background. I want to be a little more like. I want to be one of those guys that the adults can listen to because the kids are maybe in the background. They want to get in trouble. I, I don't want to get, especially like Danny over here. He's listening. Poor Danny. I don't. He's sitting here listening between classes, and he's got kids coming in and going. He can't listen to that with kids in the room. So I gotta respect that. Eat crabs for breakfast. Crayons. I gotta say it better. All right, DD's saying I need to say crayons and not crabs. Eating crabs for breakfast, yeah, whatever. Crayons, crabs, same thing. Might as well. Highway Frog says, Casey, you do a mean Honda commercial. Oh, son of a gun. Did I have the volume turned? I had the volume turned up on that again. Dang it, I forgot to turn it down again on you guys. I apologize. Somebody mentioned earlier I had that music too strong. I forgot to turn it down again. I gotta remember to just turn it down. Sorry. That was my bad. Gorilla Gardner says, "Thanks, Casey. I try to keep it. I try to keep it PG. Gorilla. This is not a PG channel by any means. I don't remember who it was a long time ago. There was a mom that said she liked to watch it in the background. Her kids were listening, and I try to keep things PG. But sometimes, you know, sometimes the words slip. You know what I like to tell my kids? I always like to tell my kids this. I always told them, I said, I don't mind you cussing. I really don't. But you better learn all those other words first. Because there's some good words out there that you better know. And if you don't know those words first, I don't want to hear you cussing. Once you learn all those other big words out there, then you can start cussing, and I won't care. I won't care. You can do whatever you want then. That's what I always told my kids. Because I can't say words like. Somebody help me out. What was that word I couldn't say the other day? Something streets. See, I'll never remember it now. There was a word that I was having trouble with, and somebody helped me out with it 2 days ago. I can't remember what it was. Nosa said, asking again, now the big tramp is back. Casey Shaw, what's your take on how do you think they could avoid a new big squeeze after this is done? T0 settlement, blockchain, rule changing. I really don't think that they can. Nosa, I really don't think that they can. I think the idea here, Nosa, that you have to understand is that buy and hold is really that's legitimately the kryptonite. Like what you're suggesting is that there would be no kryptonite anymore, and I don't believe that's true. I think there has to be a kryptonite for hedging, and I think buying and holding is the one key ingredient that's the kryptonite to short selling. And so I don't think that there's anything that they can do. I just think that it takes time, and that people have to understand that it does take time for stuff like this to happen. It just doesn't happen overnight. It was the 13-day threshold, and we will. You're absolutely right, Tally Foreman. Let's talk about it right now. Let me forward this over to my computer. I looked it up while I was on break, and I found a page here that I think would really help a lot of us out here. Hopefully it pops up. Okay, there it did. It popped up. All right, so I'm going to link it to you guys so you guys can see it for yourselves. because I really don't like trust me bro stuff, right? Like you gotta, like Tony says, you gotta provide receipts. I think Pantheon says it too. Gotta provide receipts. That right there is called Key Points About Regulation Show. It's from the SEC website, so it's safe. What I'm going to point you to is if you scroll down to a section called, let's see here. I think it's the fourth bullet point. I think it's the fourth bullet point in regards to Rule 204. Closeout requirement. Rule 204 requires brokers. So if you scroll down the page, what you're going to see is you have item I, section A, B, C, D, section 2, section 3, and then under section 3 is 4 bullet points. On the fourth bullet point, it says closeout requirement. Rule 204 requires brokers and dealers that are participants of a registered clearing agency to take action to close out failure to deliver. If you skip all that crap that's in there, you get down to a part maybe a little over halfway down where it says if the failures to deliver persist for 13 consecutive settlement days, Rule 203B3 of Regulation Show requires that participants of a registered clearing agency must immediately purchase shares to close out failures to deliver in securities with large and persistent failures to deliver, referred to as the threshold securities, if the failures to deliver persist for 13 consecutive settlement days. Threshold securities are equity securities that have an aggregate failure to deliver position for 5 consecutive settlement days at a registered clearing agency, totaling 10,000 shares or more and equal to at least 0.5%. So that's where it talks about the threshold. So we know we're on threshold. These aren't really failure to delivers. If they do a share recall, it could be considered a failure of a delivery on the recall, which I'm not sure. This is where I think we're going to have to go to Rule 203B3 and find out if there's some more information. It says, although as to a result of the compliance with Rule 204, generally a participant's failed to deliver positions will not remain for 13 consecutive settlement days if, for whatever reason, a participant of a registered clearing agency has a failed to deliver position at a registered clearing agency in a threshold security for 13 consecutive settlement days. The requirement to close out such position under Rule 203B3 remains in effect. So this is where we would need to go to 203, Rule 203B3. And I believe oh man, they don't link it. Dang it. Son of a gun. Come on, SEC, link me to it. They should provide links. So what we need to do is we need to look up SEC Rule 203. So I'm doing that. Actually, I typed in under Google, I typed in SEC Rule 203, and like one of the very first links in published in here is Rule 203B3. So let's go to oh, is that the page I was already on? That was the page I was already on. Stupid. 203B. What's B? This is not, no, this is not what I want. That just took me right back to where I was at. This is not about 203B. Hold on a second. I'm looking for Rule 203. This is so dumb. All right. I need to do some more research. That's all I could find while I was on break earlier. But I do think that part of the problem with 203B1, I think, is that it's in reference to let's see here. It says on a short sale. I guess this was a short sale. I don't know. I need to find Rule 203 and 203B specifically, and head over there and find out what that says exactly, which I'll probably do on my next break. Because obviously that's as far as I could get with this and researching that. I don't think that the 13-day rule applies though. Again, and the reason that I say this is simply because of the fact that the T13 is supposed to be for, I believe, for failure to delivers on options, not necessarily securities that are loaned and repayment of loan securities. So I still don't go to FINRA Rule 3210. I still don't think that this applies. I'm not quite there yet. I'm going to 3210 accounts at other broker dealers and financial institutions. I don't see anything in 3210 that helps. Yeah, 3210 doesn't, that looks like that doesn't look like this applies at all. Accounts at other broker dealers and financial, I don't think this applies. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at with 3210. But I'm not seeing anything there that really sounds like anything having to do with what it is we're looking for. I think the key for me right now is the next step for me is to go to Rule 204 or 203B. 203B. Maybe this is 203B. Hold on a second. Two 204. I see links. I see they have links in here. Let me see if they've got links on the original document that I sent to you guys. Because I would imagine they usually do provide links to some of the different documents that they have in here. Still looking. Give me a second, guys. I'm not going to be able to read what it is you guys are writing until I'm done looking at this. So hold those thoughts for just a minute. I gotta see if I can't find a spot on here for a link, because I can't, for some reason, when I try to look up Rule 203, I can't find it. 203, should be 203B, B3 of regulations show. So I need to look reg show 203B. NASDAQ has concluded. So this is NASDAQ though. That's not MOASS. NASDAQ has concluded that a market maker's failure to make a market in the security under these circumstances can form the basis for an excused withdrawal under Rule 4619, which would allow the market maker to resume making market once the failure to deliver position is closed out for the security becomes borrowable. So maybe this is going to require a lot of reading, guys. I'm going to have to really dive in deep on this one. It's not going to be anything that I'm going to be able to do sitting here live. It's going to take an hour or more's worth of reading. I can already tell. So I'm going to have to dig into this. I quite frankly don't think the 13 days applies to this position. Market makers are tasked with the need to borrow shares under low liquidity times, and so there's exemptions that they have in order to be able to do so. And it's not necessarily considered failure to delivers. They're just simply creating liquidity within a market, and so it's a little bit of a different situation than where they have a position that they've created on a contract for derivatives, and then somebody's exercising and they're not delivering shares on that. It's like two different things, right? One is they've borrowed shares to make a market, and then there was a forced recall on those shares, and they weren't able to return them on time. But because of low liquidity reasons, they're usually allowed to prolong that indefinitely because it's kind of one of those things where it's like you got to make a market, right? Well, if it goes on for too long, it's looking like preliminary reading makes it look like at some point they may not be allowed to continue to make a market if if until they can find those shares. If that's what it's looking like preliminary. I haven't actually dived into this enough yet, but the other side to that is talking about derivatives, where somebody takes out a naked short position to fulfill an order that's in the options chain, and then if that gets exercised and they can't deliver the shares because they didn't ever actually borrow them in the first place and they can't find them, that's a failure to deliver. Right? That's when they've no longer delivered and they have like 35 days basically before they're forced to actually give those shares to, like, they're forced to go to the market to buy those. So there's a big difference between the two different types of deliveries or failure to delivers, but both of them still put them on the threshold list. So one of them is going to have, a time frame where they're required to get them back. The other one's just simply an instance where they're creating liquidity in the market. Arthur saying, can you please try to explain how they are selling AMC1 options and this not be an options chain for Ape, please? Because it's actually against AMC, not against Ape. It's just that if somebody were to exercise those positions, they would collect Ape shares with it, but they're not actually AM. It's only an AMC options chain. Johnny, I'm going to be doing some more reading on it for sure. But the 13 days is on failure to delivers. When a market maker borrows shares to create liquidity in a market and then doesn't deliver those shares back, it also puts them on a threshold list, but it's not the same thing as a failure to deliver. It's just that somebody's asked for those shares back, and because they were required to create a liquidity in a market, just means that they haven't been able to deliver those shares back, and it's a little bit different. It's not the same thing as a failure to deliver. I think you're misunderstanding the difference. There's a big difference between a failure to deliver on something where you're trying to make money and a failure to deliver where you're just simply trying to make a market. Big differences. One is basically theft. The other one is just keeping the market alive and running. And so that's what you need to understand is there's a big difference between those two different things. And so how they treat those are different. And there is a market maker exemption. If you go back to that first document that I linked you to, there is absolutely 100% market maker exemptions. It does. It has. If you go back and you read through there, there's all over the place in there. It talks about market maker exemptions for liquidity reasons. Tons of them. Like you just go through and read it. You'll see what I'm talking about. There's lots of exemptions for market makers. A market maker engaged in a bona fide market making, particularly in a fast-moving market, may need to sell the security short without having arranged to borrow shares. This is especially true for market makers and thinly traded illiquid stocks, as there may be few shares available to purchase or borrow at a given time. There's absolutely exemptions for it's short exempt volume. That's something it's called short exempt volume. Yes, Bananasaurus, I agree with what you're saying. Failure to delivers, they do. But what we're talking about here is two different things. I'm not talking about failure to delivers. I'm talking about shares that were not returned from borrowing. Right? There's a big difference when you sell a share short for the purposes of trying to make money on a short position through derivatives, and somebody exercises that and requires to take ownership of those shares. That's completely different than a market maker borrowing shares to trade or make transactions go through the market to make it liquid. Completely different things. And yes, they do still have to deal with both of them. It's just that one has a period of time where it's like 35 days to where they have to before they're forced to buy them from the market. The other one is, it sounds like, and like I said, I'm gonna have to do some more reading, but it sounds like they might, there might be at some point where they are no longer allowed to create a market until they can find those shares. Well, I'm gonna go do some reading. Yeah, failing to deliver options is a failure to deliver. That's correct. But that's not what happened because there is no options chain. There's no options chain on AMC, so you can't have failure to well, you can have it on AMC 1, but the problem is we hit reg show before any of those would have ever needed to have been delivered. So there's no reason for us to hit the threshold. In order for us to have made the reg show threshold list, there's no way we could have made it on the date that we made it on unless it was for a reason other than failure to delivers. So you have to look at the timing of everything and see that it doesn't fall into a failure to deliver from options. That's not what happened. Take a look at the dates. Here, I'll show you. This is the first day of trading. The first failure to delivers, right? The first time that you could have had failure delivers would have been on the first Friday after the dividend would have been issued. The first Friday after the dividend would have been issued would have been the 2nd of September, right? Because it was issued on the 22nd. No, that's not true. It was issued on the 22nd, so the 26th could have been failure to delivers from the 26th. So let's go to the 26th and count out the days. First day of failure to delivers could have occurred on the 26th. actually could have occurred before. They would have had to exercise. I doubt anybody. The idea that people would have been exercising their contracts early on this wouldn't have made much sense. I think the first failure to delivers would have probably started on the 26th, though. So if you count out the days to threshold listing, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no way we could have been on the threshold list on the fourth day because it takes 5 days. So if the first failure delivers would have been accrued on the 26th, then there's just no way that we could have made threshold lists unless it had happened earlier. And so the only other thing that would make sense is if you look at the utilization and the return of shares that were mandated to come back from share recalls, that shows up on the 26th, right? The share recalls shows up on the 26th, meaning that they started the share recalls on the 25th. So share recalls starting on the 25th, you have you have the 25th, 26th, 27th, 29th, 30th, and then the 31st, because the shares started being recalled back here on the 25th. If you go back and you look at the 13G report that was filed by, I can't remember the name of that organization. If you go back and you know which one I'm talking about. If you go back and you look at the 13G, they actually state in the 13G, I believe, that they started their selling position on the 25th. That means that they had, in order for them to sell, they would have had to require those shares to come back in order to sell off their position. So this is why we're on the threshold list. We're not on the threshold list due to failure to delivers. We're on the threshold list because one of these institutions found out that they weren't going to be able to loan out shares of Ape for options trading and hedge against it. And so they recalled the shares back. And when they on the 25th, when they figured out that they weren't going to be able to do options, and 5 days later, everybody who had loaned shares had not returned enough shares back because you still had 100% utilization. And so finally, on the 5th day of that, which is the 31st of August, you ended up having 5 straight days. So I don't believe this has anything to do with failure to delivers. This has entirely to do with that there was a share recall, and they didn't get their shares back in time. So I really just don't think this has anything to do with failure to delivers at all. The timing doesn't make sense for it to be in conjunction with failure to deliver. That's yeah. But that's the point. They have no. They have 2 days to deliver within. That's 7 days. When you count it out, that doesn't make any sense. You actually Johnny, you did a great job of proving my point because they have 2 days to deliver in, right? It's T+2, which means they have 7 days. When you count out the time, that's 7 days. Like there's no way we could have been on threshold that early. If it was, you're actually proving my point even more. It's T+2 plus 5, right? So it's 7 total days of trading. There's no way we could have gone on the threshold list that early if truly indeed it was from failure to deliver of options. Bananasaurus says Casey retail shares that were failure delivers could still be included in the failure delivers. If that were the case, Bananasaurus, we were on a T+0, right? And the threshold would have started 5 days after the first day of distribution, which would have been the 22nd. So if what you're saying is true, then we should have made the threshold list by 1, 2, 3, 4. We should have made the threshold list by the 26th because that would have been the 5th day of non-compliance on delivery of dividend shares. So again, the timing doesn't make sense for that narrative, right? If that's the case that you want to have, where you want to say like, well, it's because shareholders didn't receive their dividend shares in time, it didn't match up. And actually, you could add +2 to that, right? You could say 22nd plus 2 on top of the 5, 7 days. Let's add that up. 7 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then that means we would have hit the threshold by the 30th, but we didn't hit it until the 31st. So again, timing is wrong. The timing doesn't match up. Nothing matches up with the failure to delivers or a failure to have shares being returned, except for the threshold meeting up or matching up with request of shares back starting on the 25th, not the 35th, the 25th of August. It's the only one it's the only time frame that matches up, which is why I still maintain that I do think that there were share recalls, and we have a 13G that backs it, right? We have a 13G that was filed that says that they decided that they were going to start selling their shares on go back and look at the 13G. Let's go back and look at it. AMC filings. Hold on a second, I put my drink down. Statement of ownership, HTML. I'll pull it up over here. I think you can go down to the statement at the very end and it tells you. Let's see if they have a date in here. I'm pretty certain that this shows the date as the 25th. Let me just make sure I can find it. Let's see. Can we find 25 in here? Oh, I think it's in, I think it might be in the headers. Date of event which requires filing of this statement. 24th, August. August 24th, meaning they started selling their shares on August 24th. It's the only This is the only document that matches up with us matching up with the threshold list. This is the only document that matches. There's nothing else out there that would suggest that there were failure to delivers at this time. Nothing at all that would suggest there's no dates or times or anything that would match up with the threshold. This is the only document right here that matches up with why we're on the threshold list. And it's the August 24th filing. Or this filing actually came out. What was the date of the filing? The filing date, I believe, was actually the 30. I think this filing came out the same day we went on the threshold list. I think it was filed on the. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. It was filed. State of ownership filed on 9/1. It was filed on 9/1, but it says date of which event, date of event which requires filing of the statement. Meaning they started selling off their position on the 24th, or they requested shares to come back by the 24th, one of the two. My guess is that they would have started selling by the 24th because that's, I mean, the whole reason for filing a 13G is telling you that this is when we started selling our position. They filed this for that reason. So this is August 24th date right here. Is the only thing. It's the only thing that matches up with the threshold list. ATTAR says, have been watching your live stream for a while, but this is the first time I actually realized that you're sitting inside the van. I like it in here, man. I'm glad you find it funny. I think it's kind of funny too. Let's see, Casey, how do you feel about the Rule 6.69 being canceled and transfers filled at price of pre? I've read about it. I haven't looked into it too much so far, Glock. I'm not at this point. I'm not really that worried about it. I'm gonna have to take a look at it some more. Right now, it's been filed, but it hasn't been approved yet. Maybe when it gets closer to time to being approved, I might take it a little more seriously. I mean, I'll look into it. I just haven't seen it as like a major urgency yet. Johnny says you'll be able to see the failure delivers that occurred on Ape from 8/22 to 8/31 around September 15th when the SEC releases their August second half of the data. This is correct. Many people still have IOUs, fake shares. Those are not failure to delivers, JP. IOUs are not failure to delivers. Like if somebody hasn't had, I mean, it depends. If you're talking about from the dividend, those are not failure to delivers. If you're talking about people who didn't just straight up didn't get their shares, it's not the same thing. That is not by definition a failure to deliver. That's what that's called, and we actually looked it up a while ago. It's called an undelivered share. It's not called a failure to deliver. It's called it's undelivered dividend is what it's called. And that is correct. Ape was T+0, T0 on release of those. It is not a failure to deliver though. It's just simply an undelivered dividend. It's a different thing entirely. It's gonna be challenging, right? Like it's gonna be challenging for all of us to come to terms with the idea that just because you didn't get your share, that it's not considered a failure to deliver. Like there's very specific times when it's considered a failure to deliver. Other times it's just you just didn't get your share. Sorry, but you just didn't get your share. They didn't have it to give to you. So there's big differences. It is time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm a little bit past due. So let me take you guys over to the other screen and we'll go over these numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point forward, so hold those thoughts if you want me to answer questions. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. Now would be a great time to test a system out like that to see if you like that extra level of protection. And if you don't, you can get rid of it. All right, starting with off exchange right here next to me. 56.42 on AMC an hour ago and 12.77. Those are high numbers. Usually it's like 49 and 10 to 11%. So those were high. Usually by this time of the day, I would expect somewhere around 49% in the off exchange and about 11 to 12% on EDGX. Let's see where we're at now on AMC. AMC currently showing 55.69 and EDGX at 13.06 for a grand total of 68.75% of our volume, which is like 4.75% higher than a normal day. End of a day, like we're already well past what we should be for this time of the day, but we're like 4%, 4.75% past the end of the day. Volume for Ape is now at 62.04 and 10.02, putting us at 72.06% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. Also, very high volume going through those. Not helping at all price discovery for AMC or Ape. An hour ago, there was 103,000 shares having been returned for AMC. It's now a borrowing of 494,000 shares. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.58%. Cost to borrow is at 25.7, which is a little bit lower than an hour ago. Shares on loan for the day today is at 195.96 million shares on loan, which is a million less than it was yesterday. I'm estimating about 361,000 shares of that was in closed short interest. Ape, on the other hand, actually had for the very first time ever since they started returning shares, for the very first time we had an increase on shares on loan. We went from 40, or we went, well, I don't know what we were yesterday. We were 1.4 million shares less on loan yesterday than we are now, which is 49.39 million. An hour ago, there was a borrowing of 579,000 shares. It's now a return of 1.39 million. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 9.32. Cost to borrow average is at 10.92 million shares. Options. Highest amount of call options on AMC1 is at a $15 strike. An hour ago, there was 27 options there. There is now 58 option contracts. For puts, the highest amount of volume we had was at a $13.50 strike price. It was 138 contracts. It's now 173. Total price, remember this is based off of total price of AMC and Ape together. Total price together right now is $13.72. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in third most heavily traded stock with 71% buys to 29% sales. Ape is 17th with 65% buys to 35% sales. And AMC, we didn't have very good buy to sell ratio earlier, and we've fallen off the list due to low volume. Low volume equals less trades, means falling off that top 30 list. SSR triggers at $7.55. Shares available to borrow has been increasing, decreasing, increasing. It looks like another 100,000 shares since earlier this morning have been borrowed. That puts us at 350,000 shares borrowed for the day today, according to Stocko Tracker, with fees currently at 22.1%. NASDAQ is up 0.79, Dow Jones is up 0.58, and the S&P 500 is up 0.69. We currently have 3,827 advancers to 2,847 decliners. Let's see here. We have the VIX down 1.66, VTI is up 0.74, IWD is up 0.79, Tesla is up 1.54, Amazon is up 0.28, Cinemark is down 0.66, Doge is down 0.17, Bitcoin is down 0.01, GME is up 5.99, HYMC is up 1.16, Hood is up 2.08, NCMI is down 0.98, Ape is up 1.57, AMC is up 2.24. Inflow versus outflow for AMC, we have about $1 million more in inflow than outflow. Volume at 8.29 million shares. That's actually a bit higher than I would have expected by this time of the day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. 108 minutes having been traded. Looks like we're on pace for about 29.9 million shares. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. So we're looking like we're right on track for what I thought we might see for volume for the day today. Barring any kind of like some random run up in price in the later half of the day and huge amounts of volume. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a Vortex indicator on a 1 hour time interval. RSI is at 64.97, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.45, which is above average and almost signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.28, which is above average. For Ape, roughly almost $700,000 more in inflow than outflow. 2.91 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Did I get that right? 10. You know, I think I did the math wrong here. Hold on a second. Let me think. 109 9 minutes. 60, 90, Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, we're on pace for about 10.41 million shares traded on Ape by the end of the day today. As it stands right now, or in the pre-market, I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded. I think we're on our way to hitting those numbers for sure. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.19, which is above average. It's slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.81, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.16, which is above average. We did have volatility on Ape kind of tightening in here, and then you're seeing a little bit of a breakout and touching the top side of this, which could potentially cause price to fall back down to the simple moving average. Let's see if I can get a good idea as to where we're heading to here. I've got a support line that I drew out from yesterday, and it's actually, I think if on a 5-minute interval, if you look at this, it's actually, we're supporting that pretty well. Let me see, let me redraw this just a tad bit here. I'm going to probably hold this line for a little bit, for a hot little while. I also want to note the numbers that we were looking for in order for this to be a strong buy from the Ichimoto was $8.66 was the number we wanted to be above for AMC, and 513 was the number for Ape. Currently, AMC is below that number at 862. Ape is at 522, which is above. But those should be pretty strong buy signals. You can see that we bounced off and we bounce off of $8.69 here as a level of resistance on AMC. So expect there to be some resistance to try and break through that. The number that I'm looking for us to break through is 907 in order for me to reset synthetic price failures. So 907 is the key number that we're looking for, which means that we'll be seeing higher highs off of our last low for AMC, which was $7.89. In regards to Ape, we have hold on a second. Let me go back to AMC real quick here. I feel like we just need to see a punch through 869. So where that's going to be at might be something that looks like this. So we've got, it looks like 2 tests of 869. We might get a third test and maybe a fourth breakout. And let's go back to Ape. Ape is above 506. Last time we broke, or we had a synthetic price failure, 506 was the number that we needed to break past in order to see newer highs. We haven't had another synthetic price failure since. But like I said earlier, for Ichimoto purposes, for day slash swing trading, we're already a strong buy at $5.13. So we should see some strong day trading support coming in at the price levels where we're currently at right now. So where this is moving to, it kind of looks like we have a broadening ascending wedge. which if that's the case, then what I would say is that at some point here, you're going to see this breakout and drive back down either to 513, anywhere from 506 to 513 kind of range. And then when it does, it's going to have like a 60 something % chance of being able to hit a newer high. So we'll see what happens here. I'll do a calculation. We got to kind of see how high this goes before I can do the calculation to figure out where we're looking at, how high it could go. But let's see if that's what happens. Let's see if this breaks out down and makes it down to like the 506 to 513 range, and then starts bouncing up. All right, with that I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I know the Big Tramp's been on the page for a little bit, but I was still working on analysis. Alan, Tony had said this a long time ago, that at some point we would likely see a normalization of the two stock prices kind of coming into balance. And I don't know if I took a position. I'd have to go back and look and see if I took a position at the time. I don't think I did. I wasn't really sure what was going to happen, but so far, what he said is really looking like that's going to be the case. I really do feel like we're seeing a kind of a normalization of the price. I know I erased my numbers before, but I'm pretty sure it was 36.5. Let me just look it up real quick here. I think it was 6. Yeah, I think it was 63.5% of our valuation was left in AMC, and 36.5% of our valuation was put into Ape. All right, so if you were to add the two numbers together, let's do that. The current valuation between Ape and AMC is currently $13.93, and if you were to simply multiply that by, let's do 36.5, it would be 508, meaning that the price of Ape to be normalized with our current value, leftover value, would be 508, and we're actually higher than that right now, right? Because we're at 523. So it's really close. So it really has kind of like, it really did normalize a little bit. So like the total valuation between the two is right about where it should be. Yeah, Powell talked earlier this morning, Jenna, and I streamed it. Yeah, next week on Tuesday is the rate hike. Any relation to Supertramp? I don't know. I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Congratulations on your new shares, Cody. I did miss the first part of it, Jana. I missed. I don't know how much of it I missed. I thought it was supposed to start at 8:10. Shoot, I don't remember. I came back 2 minutes before it was supposed to start, and they were already talking. So I cut the music off and then and turn their volume up. So, but it would have been like probably an hour and 8 minutes into the live stream, maybe an hour and 7 minutes. So if you want to go back and look into it, that's where I would scroll back to. Flat Earth. That's like one of the best things I've heard you say. Powell's a coward. Should have done a full 3-point raise months ago. I mean, I think that's funny. I think that's really funny, Flat Earth, that you would say that because I kind of feel the same way. But you and I both know. You and I both know what that would have done to the markets. So there's no way they could have done that. Just a flat. I mean, I'm kind of curious. What was the biggest hike that's ever been done? I'm gonna pull it up and look and see because I actually don't know that answer. No, that's not what I want to know. Single largest. They're giving me the. It's not what I want. All I get for an answer is the highest percent that it ever went to. It says most of the reason why is because the Fed wanted to combat inflation, which soared in 1980 to its highest level on record, 14.6%. Why can't I find that? How is it that maybe I'm looking up wrong. Maybe I should say what was the largest basis point hike in history? Let's see, maybe that'll help. Okay, so on July 13th, which happens to be my birthday, on July 13th of this year, there was an article from Bloomberg that said Fed could weigh historic 100 basis point hike after inflation. Federal Reserve officials may debate a historic 1 percentage point rate hike later this month after another searing. Now it says historic, but it doesn't say. Let me go into the article and see if it actually says what the largest amount was ever, because I don't know the answer to that, and I'm kind of curious. I just want to know basis points, like in a single hike. What was the highest basis points that we've ever seen? Okay, so this says investors bet that the Fed is more likely than not to raise interest rates by 100 basis points when it meets in July 26-27, which would be the largest increase since the Fed started directly using overnight interest rates to conduct monetary policy in the early 1990s. So it doesn't say. Well, as we all know, they didn't raise it 100, they raised it 75. Hmm. Well, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't know if I'm going to find out the answer. I'm kind of curious if any of you guys put one in here. The apes in me salutes the apes in you says, if only the war in Ukraine would end. You know what, Arthur? I'm kind of with you, man. I mean, because that's essentially what flat Earth is saying. That's what I mean, I feel the same way. I feel like kill the markets, save the economy, let it crash temporarily. Like it's almost like ripping a band-aid off, right? Like what would you rather have? Would you rather have a slow ripping, or would you rather just rip it off and get it over with and start moving towards a better economy? Because in my opinion, it's like my dad always used to say. For those, I'm gonna change it a little bit for those of you who have children that are listening. But if you have to eat a poop sandwich, take big bites, right? There's no sense in agonizing over eating a poop sandwich. You might as well get it done and over with, and get it over. Just big, just throw it down, rip it off. American Trader says, rip it off. I'll tell you what, I did. My sister used to host Fear Factor at Universal Studios in California, and because of that, she kind of told me how to do it. It was probably more the fact that she was just doing the job, but I got to do the show. I got to do the Fear Factor show at Universal Studios, and one of the first of no, I think it was the second event that they had. We had to drink this concoction. It was squid, mealworms, um, curdled milk. I think there's some water. And what was it? I think there was one other item. I can't remember what the other item was. It was something gross. It was something bug related. Might have been some kind of beetle or something. And it was all, they served it up in a Dixie cup, and it was just you had to down the entire Dixie cup before anybody else, and that got you to the next round. There was some other stuff that you had to do beforehand, but that was the last thing that you had to do. And so my sister told me, she's like, when you get to that event, what you do is you make sure that you just, hold your nose and just down it. Hold your nose and just down it, and just don't even think about what it is you're doing. And let me tell you, it works. It works really, really good. Like I didn't even notice until an hour later when I was burping up bugs. That's when it started hitting me. The burps were the worst burps I have ever had in my entire life. It was absolutely, my burps made me want to puke. My burps really made me want to puke. It was terrible. It was so bad. It was nasty. But I didn't have any problem drinking that Dixie cup. I mean, it went straight down. Gone. One shot. Captain Awesome says, laugh out loud, turd sandwich from South Park. Johnny says, they can't tank the market. The Fed is tied to it, hard to it. Food Dog says, all economic problems would end in a few years if we tax the Fed. How would that even work? Ape is getting that push down that I was talking about, guys. It might break out here in a little bit on that ascending broadening wedge. We may see it break down. If it does, like I said, look for it to break down to like 506 to 5. Hold on a second. 506 to 513 range, somewhere around there. 509 is like right in the middle, which might be a good support line. But anyways, the long story about the whole fear factor thing was just simply, I'm trying to tell you, like, get it over with. Like, just drink that crap. Get it over with. Arthur says fear factor just became gag factor and ruined the show. Dude, Arthur, one of the last ones I ever saw was when they had like taken bugs on a windshield of a car and smashed them in, and then forced them to like lick the bugs up off the windshield and spit them into a cup until they had enough to, or however much they had after a certain period of time is what determined whether they made it to the next round. Dude, that was some nasty stuff. It was really, really nasty. I couldn't. It was really bad. But I like Joe Rogan though, as an announcer. Are they dragging this out so they could transfer their shorts to ETFs and sell them to avoid responsibility? More than likely, the pushing off responsibility to somebody else or somebody else having to take the bag handling is more than likely. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised, Salty Dog, if that happened a long time ago already. So pretty sure the ETFs are have tons of bundled baggage out there. Jenna says Dixie Cup. I didn't do the Fear Factor on TV, Jana. I did the Universal Studios, and in Universal Studios they only made you do, it wasn't the small Dixie cup. It was like the medium sized one. Not the really tiny one where it was like a medicine thing. It was like that bigger sized Dixie cup that you would use for like I don't know. Trying to think. Like you might get it like a restaurant for water. It's like what? Is this all I get? Highway Frog says, I'm trying to do a late breakfast here. Sorry, man. I'm trying to do my part here to help you guys diet. Tax Fed capital gains, they are currently they are exempt. ABC is saying, Casey, I heard the plunge protection team PPP. I think you mean PPT. Plunge protection team, I think is what you're talking about. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's something else you're talking about. Was keeping the market afloat. But how do they go about it? And there was a point in time where we were seeing like an inverse relationship to um, mortgage-backed securities and the SPY. So like whenever mortgage-backed securities were going up, the SPY was going down, and then mortgage-backed securities would dump, and all of a sudden you start seeing a pump on the SPY, right? So uh, that seemed to be a mechanism by which they were pumping money into the market. And if you want to ask, if you're wondering how, basically, I think that the Feds would sell. They would buy mortgage-backed securities, causing the price to go up for there to be more money inside mortgage-backed security ETFs, and then the market would bleed the money out of those ETFs and back into the rest of the market to keep one of the ways. Lately, that hasn't been the case. Now, when you take a look at it, now it seems like they're kind of running in unison. Whoa, what's going on here? Okay, showed up. Now they seem to be running in unison, and I say that, but SPY is up and MBB and VMBS are down. I don't know. Maybe they're inverse again now. Mortgage-backed security ETFs are taking a little bit of a hit today, tiny hit, and as they are, SPY is taking a little bit of a rip. I don't know, but I think that there are different methods by which they can, or tools that they can use to inject money into the market, and in order to do so, I'm pretty sure that they're probably using their balance sheet in some way or another to do so. So if you want a really good website for looking at their balance sheet, hold on a second. This is their balance sheet that's reported. And what you can do is you can start looking, if you want to do this, if you have the patience and the time, what you can do is you start looking at the balance sheet and seeing where they're buying things. See what it is that they're buying. See what the differences are on a week-to-week basis, and see if there's some kind of correlation to the prices of some of those. What's the word I'm looking for? Prices of some of those, either whether it be commodities or securities rising in value, and then seeing if those are inverse to the market, like those rise in value, the market's going down, and suddenly those go down and the market goes up. If that's the case, then injections. I know I get crap for saying injections into the market every single time. Why do I get so much crap for that? I don't understand. Like, why is it that people don't like it when I say injections into the market? What should I be saying? There's probably a different word. That's what I think of, right? I think of like when you throw money at something, you inject it. It's like, I don't know, inject. Here you go, have some money. So I view it as like a vaccine. You're injecting money into it to try and avoid something from happening. I think they're changing, like in regards to like uh how they're going about doing it. I would agree that they are definitely moving it in different directions. Like they're always changing it up. I don't think anybody wants to be caught um, propping up the market on the Federal Reserve, but I feel like you can see it happening though. Tendies plus plus says images of hot beef injections maybe. Oh, I've had people I mean cuz Yo put quote unquote injections, and it's because it's nobody's doing it right now. I've gotten some poor feedback on oh, you're the one asking. Yo's asking. I've had some people who've gave me some feedback before on saying like injections into the market is not really the right terminology, but I don't really care. That's since you guys have known me for some of you guys have known me for a year now. Since when have I been like accurate on some of my terminology? My terminology is terrible. Really, really. This is why I'm probably one of the least popular YouTubers out there, is probably because of my terminology being so poor. But self-taught, most of it's self-taught. Captain Awesome says, instead of injection, use enema. use enema. That is a better word. Shimmer says, adding juice. It's like it's like steroid injections, right? It's like, how do you keep something propped up? You give it injections of steroid. It's injections. It's injections of money. It's just it's not the juice or enemas. It's money. I'm a Sofa King. I'm a Sofa King. Stupid says, wonder why the volume is so low on Ape Dark Pools. All right, so let me show you something. Come on, Dr. Zeno. You know that's borderline. You know that's borderline, not right. Let me show you something here real quick. I'm going to pull up Suck Squeeze Bang Blow, and I'm gonna pull it up for a reason. I updated it. It's in the Discord right now. What you're seeing on the screen right now, hopefully you can see this. It's probably really, really small, so I'll try to enlarge it just a tad. It's not going to do much for me. All right. Anyways, I did update the suck, squeeze, bang, blow because we kind of had a conversation about it the other night. And what I'm going to say is that I went ahead and I added in AMC and Ape prices together to kind of see what was going on here. Originally, I did it without them just to kind of see what it looked like without. And what I want you to do is I want you to ignore the 22nd and the 23rd because I think we had a little bit of a rebalancing that was going on in the market there. Because when you add up the total amount of volume that was occurring on those 2 days, it was just absolutely massive, right? We had like combined between AMC and Ape on the 22nd, we had somewhere around almost 300,000 shares or 300 million shares traded that day. The next day we had about 180 million shares that were traded between the two. But then when you start adding up the total amount of shares after that on the 24th going forward, what you notice is you start to see a return to average amount of volume that AMC has been having for average volume. We were actually at 49 average volume on AMC not more than a couple weeks ago. Now we're down to 45. Some of that volume has gone over to Ape. And so what I did is I did the calculations here for suck, squeeze, bang, blow to where the values, the percentages in price difference and volume difference day over day includes the price and volume changes on Ape as well. So for example, yesterday, our total amount up between Ape and AMC was 2.75%, even though we were only up 2.4. We were up 2.44 on AMC, but because Ape was higher, day over day, the total value up was 2.75%. So just, it's kind of taking a different look at the numbers. But what you can see very quickly, very, very, very quickly, is you can see that there's a heavy decline in volume, except for the second of this month. The second of this month was an interesting day because we had 5.16% day over day price difference combined, and 44% difference combined day over day on volume. Most of it was through Ape as far as volume goes. And I want to say that may have been the first day of moving into the squeeze of suck, squeeze, bang, blow. And I want to say that the first day starting of the suck started on the 24th. So what I want to do is I want to color these the suck. And I want to color these the squeeze. Now, the rule is that you have to have a spike in volume. The spike in volume was only a 44% increase in volume day over day when you add them both together, AMC and Ape, which relatively is not all that much, but it does fall in line with some of the other increases we had in the past, other squeeze cycles that we've had in the past. The part that really stands out to me was it was a 5.16% increase in price as well as the 44% increase in volume, which tells me there was something changed, something happened that day, right? It was a definitive difference than the previous days before that, where you had simply volume and price falling on a day-to-day basis. There was no improvement in price. There might have been slight improvement in volume on some days, but for the most part, it was just declining every single day. Now you're starting to see a little bit something different. Volume yesterday between AMC and Ape was down combined day over day by 3%, but we had a 2.75% increase in price day over day. So the idea here is that if today we have a volume increase day over day and a price increase, it really does start to fit the definition for the squeeze section of the cycle, which is essentially where you have random days where you have price and volume spikes. So yeah, there you go. I don't know what to say after all that. Ta-da! Rock strong. So I think there's a chance that we may be in a new cycle, but it only really reflects when you add the two together. So when you talk about volume decreasing, I think that there's been a rebalancing of volume in such a way that where we see kind of there's like a shared relationship between AMC and Ape. And so when you combine the numbers together, it actually gives you like a stronger picture of what it is we're actually doing instead of just looking at them separately. I gotta hit the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. It's like really bad. Whew, so much better. Let's see here. Dr. Zeno saying, MB says, if you don't know terminology, you can always make up funny names like Robot Godzilla. Dr. Zeno saying, no, you goober, you didn't read the whole comment. I did. I read it all out loud, but I didn't want to say it all out loud. Ready for some MOASS says, you're a cool dude, Casey. I appreciate you, man. Thanks. Thanks. Yo says, I'm really happy with the way Ape and AMC really showcase the complete sham of our market. Checks and balances are, I would have never known how bad it was if it wasn't for this. I agree, man. Dude, I've been, like I said, I've been making active trades in the market since, well, I used to say 1998, but people didn't like the fact that I was using my 2 years of 401k. So I have to say 2000 now. But since making active trades since 2000, I never realized it was this bad either. I mean, I knew it was bad, but I know it was this bad. There's no way I would have known. It's pretty bad. Sofa King, not a problem. Good question, Captain Awesome. Captain Awesome says, according to your chart, suck, squeeze, bang, blow cycles last year were 2 to 3 months apart. Earlier this year, they were a few days apart. Now, suck, squeeze, bang, blow cycles are happening back to back. Possible bubble pop indicator. I like to refer to those time frames in between as cooldowns, Captain Awesome. And essentially what you're trying to say is that the cooldowns are happening, or the cooldown periods are less frequent now, or not less. What's the word? Shorter cycles on the cooldown periods, and it does kind of indicate that it's you're starting to see almost to the point to where they're running back to back now, and it's a great point. I don't know what it means, but it does seem like it's getting shorter. I never tracked the data prior to the one that I tracked back in like December of last year. That was the first one I tracked. And I don't even know if I can get data that's older than that. I might be able to find some, but I don't know if I can even find data now that's that far back. So the question is like, were the cooldown periods getting shorter and shorter on AMC or GME or anything like that before? I have tried to do cross comparisons with like GME to see if there was some similar cycles that occur, and there's not. So I don't have anything to compare it to. And that's what kind of makes a lot of people would probably look at suck squeeze bang blow and say like, dude, this is a sham. Like you can't even take that information and transfer it to something else and say like, look here, see it, this happens all the time. It doesn't. I've never seen this. I've looked at quite a few different stocks out there, Captain Awesome, to try and track and see if these cycles kind of repeat themselves. I have never, ever, ever seen this cycle on anything that I've looked at repeat itself like this. This is the only one that I see that does this cycle over and over and over. I don't know why. I can't even tell you why it happens. I can't even tell you if it'll continue to happen in the future. I just see it, and you can see it. You can see it when you look at the rules that I've outlined, and you can see where it's happening at. You can see the different periods of cycles happening, or you can see the different phases of the cycles happening. Yeah, I'm cool, Doctor. We're cool, Doctor Zeno. Don't worry about it, man. We're cool. I didn't remove it. I know you were coming from. That's why I said it was borderline. Chris Kringle said coming are feeling about 10 pounds lighter. Wait, what? I have no idea which. Oh, I feel 10 pounds lighter. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was not a number two. Casey, they're about to go two-stroke. Love the info you shared. Can you imagine? Two-stroke. That's pretty funny, man. Yeah, maybe that's what's gonna happen. Hey, if you want to do some research on it, Captain Austin, you're more than welcome to. I couldn't find anything else that had the cycles so far. I want to say I've probably looked at about less than 10, somewhere between 5 and 10 different stocks that I've looked at, because it does take some time to kind of look at those, to pull all the data and then look at them all. So I think I've looked at probably about 7 or 8 of them. But again, like I said, nothing's panned out. And I picked all the typical ones like Volkswagen, uh, GME, Tesla. I'm trying to think of all the ones that I pulled. Where's some of the other ones that I pulled? This is older than a year. This is like a year and a half ago that I pulled this information. So, or maybe a year ago, and I just don't remember. Those are the three big ones that I can remember that I did pull though, and I couldn't find any. Oh, I remember now. Uh, Bed Bath and Beyond, Blueberry or Blackberry. Sorry, not Blueberry. Blackberry. What were some of the other big names back in the day when we had shoot, what were the other ones? All the other meme stocks. I pulled a whole bunch of different meme stocks looking for the same trend analysis, and I couldn't find it. And I'm struggling with some of the different ones that are out there, but you know what I'm talking about. A lot of different meme stocks. I pulled those and did rough comparisons to see. Couldn't find anything. It could be Lost Pro. Yeah. No, I never did try to compare to Ethereum, but the problem is with Ethereum Classic, Harry Parrot, because it does match. I know what you're talking about, as far as it matching in pattern. You can't. It's volume. Well, can you pull volume on Ethereum? I don't know if you can. I don't. I don't know if you can pull volume. If you can pull volume on Ethereum Classic, then maybe you could do it. If you can't pull volume analysis, then it would be pointless. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a price movement downwards. This is what I suggested we would see on Ape earlier. Again, remember that the price point that I figured that we were going to move to is going to be somewhere between 50, we'll say 506 and 513. We've got about a 60% chance of finding a bottom there and then rising up in price. And I'm going to tell you how much that price is going to be by right now. Let me do a little math. $5.46, possibly. So let's make a little box over here. 546. Put it about here. We're gonna make it real small. So what I'm expecting to see have happen is this bounce off of, like I said, somewhere between 506 and 513 ish. Bounce off of that and somewhere in there, and then head back up and see somewhere around 546. As a result, we're also seeing a little bit of a tanking in price on AMC as well. As apparently SPY is going down, we are moving with the market. SPY is moving down. Let's take a look at our numbers. It's time. Let's see what's going on. We did break that support line. I thought there was a chance that we were going to start moving upwards if we broke through 869, but we didn't. Just slightly thereafter, we broke downwards. So this is an attempt to. This might be a little bit of a bull. Maybe. I don't think it's a bull trap. I think we're just getting a little bit of market movement downwards here. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. It was the VIX, Chris. Chris is saying, I remember, Casey, you showed how the market was being held up because there was like 4 ascending red candles up, which we've never seen before. Can't remember what ticker. Maybe it was SPY. It was the VIX. And if you go to the weekly, this is the crazy part about it. It was on a weekly candle, right? So if you look at it, it's right here. 4 red ascending candles. The VIX is inverse to the rest of the market, meaning that they were dumping over 4 weeks, an entire month worth of time. They were dumping money into the market to keep it from spiraling out of control. And it hit the magic red number, but never broke it at 35. That's where the market's going to basically start tanking. And immediately after 4 straight weeks of injecting money into the market, it finally started to recover and head back down. You can tell when they stopped propping the market up, and it started rising back up again. This time there was actually green candlesticks on the way up instead of red. But I have never ever in my life seen on weekly candles. These are weak, guys. Weekly long candles rising. I have never seen that I've never seen 4 weak candles heading upwards. It just doesn't happen. Red candles are down, not up. This This is a very volatile period of time. Our market was on edge right here. Super edge. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account, and now would be a great time to test it out and see if you like it. If you don't like it, just get rid of it. Uh-oh. There we go. Let me transfer a couple screens over. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen, and let's take a look at our numbers before I go to break here. Starting with off exchange, at this point, I don't have any should be's. It's just we would rather see less than 64% going through those two off exchanges that I always check, which is the off exchange and the EDGX, CBOE EDGX. An hour ago on AMC, it was 55.69 and 13.06. The numbers now are at 54.73 and 12.79 for a grand total of 67.52, which is definitely elevated for this time of the day. For Ape, it was 62.04 an hour ago and 10.02. It is now 60.1 and 9.61. Wait, that can't be right. No, I fat fingered a number there. Totaling 69.71% of our volume. Nice. Going through the those two off exchanges. My house is like really hot right now. I just realized like my house is like super, super hot. I'm starting to sweat over here. Woo! I hope my AC didn't turn off. Hold on a second, guys. I got to look at this real quick because man, I'm starting to boil. Give me 1 second. What's going on with the temperature? Shoot, I hope I'm not getting sick because it says it's right on the money. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here. An hour ago on AMC, we had on Ortex data, we had 494,000 shares having been borrowed. It's down to 250 now. 250. We have it's going to slightly change the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.56. That should be a little bit down from what it was an hour ago. Cost bar averages at 25.13. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 195.96, which is a million shares less day over day. I'm estimating about 361,000 of that was short interest that was closed. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was a return of 1.39 million shares. It's now 1.89. That's going to have the effect of decreasing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.22%. Cost bar average is at 10.69%. Shares on loan today is at 49.39, which is 1.4 million shares more than previous. All of that is short interest, by the way. And taking a look at options. Only looking at the AMC1 options. Highest amount of call volume is currently at a $14 strike price. An hour ago it was at 15 with 58 contracts. It is now 14 with 73 contracts. That's a combined price of AMC and Ape. $13.50 strike price for puts. There was 173 contracts an hour ago, still the same value. And taking a look at There's something else I was going to pull up, and I can't remember what it was. Oh well. Moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is fourth most heavily traded stock with 71% buys to 29% sales. Ape is 18th most heavily traded with 65% buys to 35% sales. And AMC fell off the list. Low order ratio. Low orders, low volume. Go hand in hand. So let's see, move this back over here. Oh, having a hard time here. Why is it so hot in my house? Stoggle Tracker shows SSR triggers at $7.55. No return shares, no borrowed shares in the last hour. Fees did drop down 1% to 21.1%. NASDAQ is down 0.7, Dow Jones is down 0.46, and the S&P 500 is down 0.49. We currently have 3,805 decliners to 2,903 advancers. The VIX is down 0.65, VTI is down 0.48, IWD is down 0.09, Tesla is up 0.02, Amazon is down 1.47, Cinemark is down 2.18, Doge is down 1.07, Bitcoin is down 0.77, GME is up 5.41, HYMC is up 0.49, Hood is down 0.56, NCMI is down 4.46, Ape is breaking even, and AMC is up 1.01%. Inflow versus outflow. We have roughly $500,000 more in outflow than inflow on AMC, with 11 million shares having been traded. After 167 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for about 25.68 million shares so far for this morning. And I said in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so we're on pace for that. On the hourly time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.78, which is about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.18, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.28, which is below average. On Ape, we currently have $1.1 million more in inflow than outflow, with 4.59 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. We're on pace for 10.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 5 to 25 million. Looks like we're going to hit that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.86, which is about average. 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be almost divergence of the numbers, with RSI at 47.53, which is just slightly below average. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.99, which is below average. We did hit $5.07, not $1, sorry. We hit $5.07. That was the value. I said we should drop down to maybe somewhere around 506 before seeing a return on this to head back up towards perhaps this price right in here. Got about a 62% chance, I think, of hitting this. Man, I feel like I'm burning up right now. Somebody go take their temperature after this is all over on my break. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Hey, Chris Kringle Shaw, I don't think I ever put it together before, but wait a minute. Hold on a second. Chris. I'm so confused. It's Christopher Kringle, right? St. Nick. Uh-oh. Dude, I got an incoming phone call from something with a bunch of zeros. I'm not answering that. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Chris Kringle was Kriskringle. It was KK. It wasn't KC. Although I like it though. The Chris Kringle KC, that's kind of funny. Never thought about it like that before. Wouldn't that be weird? Wouldn't that be weird if I actually turn into like the new version of Chris Kringle? Clark says, so do you have an email that I can send you a question? I tend not to give out my email just simply because I hardly ever use my email. So what I would do is contact me through DM on Reddit or Twitter, which is on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. If you can't see it, it's u/coldsteel_BOP for Reddit, and then under Twitter, I'm at AMKCShaw. If you're following me already on Twitter and I'm not following you, then you probably won't be able to send me a message. So just let me know and I got a voicemail from that number. I gotta listen to this. It's time for me to take a break anyway, so I'm gonna go listen to this. I'm kind of curious what this voicemail is gonna say. Never seen a phone number like that before. That's Marge calling. Yeah, right. That would be funny. We're calling you for Oh, guess what? I don't have any. I don't have anything on margin, so that's nice to know, though. Were you trying to reach somebody else? That number with all zeros was a call from Nigeria. All right, the Red Bull's gone. I really think there's a good chance that we see just some consolidation today between 869 and this lower level of support, this line that we see heading up here. And that perhaps maybe we close AMC out somewhere between 839 and 869 before the end of the day is over. We're going to need some more tests of this 869 up here than just these, which means we may not see the breakout of that until tomorrow, right? Because it is a pretty long trend. In fact, it may be a massive ascending parallel channel. Not so much. Maybe. No. Clark says, we transferred the bulk of our AMC shares out of Cash App. However, without our permission, they sold all of our stock. What can we do about this? If you asked for a transfer and they sold, that's not your problem. If you didn't place a sell order, that's on them, man. That is on them. And what I would do is I would complain, first off, to your broker, talk to their compliance officer about them, not fulfilling your transfer order that they sold without your permission. And if you can't get a resolution through them, then you're going to probably have to file a complaint. I'm not sure who you would file a complaint through next, but I could probably get you some information for that. I'll tell you what. Yeah, contact me in DMs, Clark, and if you can't get a hold of me in DMs, then let me know on here, and I'll add you. Make sure that you're added so we can talk. Pumpy says, "Where can you draw?" I think you mean to. I don't know. What do you? Are you talking about the lines that I'm drawing? I would. Mine. Part of mine comes from years and years of working in an industry where I had to look at a lot of charting. Um, so it almost kind of comes second nature for me, I guess. But what I would say is if you want to learn how to do some technical analysis on stock trends, you can always go to hold on a second. I'll give you a good website. I think this is the website here. I think this is, let me just make sure. Let me click on one of these links real quick here and just see. Yeah, this is it. I would highly recommend this website that I'm going to give you. This is probably the best. I feel like this is probably one of the best websites you could go to for pattern chart analysis. That's where I would go. Yeah, Clark, I would be raising hell. I would be raising hell and demanding that they fix that. What I'll tell you what I'll do, Clark. What I'm going to do is can you tell me the date that occurred on? It's 20. What date did that occur on? Just out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking. That's a little. It's borderline too much information, but just if you can give me just the date, that's all I really want to know is just the date. Just to make sure that what I'm about to give you is going to help you. Let me see here. So this page that I'm going to link you to is going to tell you the same thing that I think is what I would have said for you to do. Good Old Boys Barbershop. I've got the best I can give you is a link in the description of this channel. At the very bottom of the rule number 3, it shows you what a list of brokers did last year, and that's about the best that I can give you for information. What I would do, Clark, don't worry about the dates. Don't worry about the dates. I just went ahead and listed a link for you, and specifically about that link. Where is it at? There we go. It's going to tell you, before you file a complaint with FINRA, contact your firm. Immediately question your broker about any transaction that you do not understand or did not authorize with your broker. If you're not satisfied with your broker's response, contact the firm's branch manager or compliance department. If you lost money or there was an unauthorized trade made in your account, you should complain in writing. Retain copies of your letter and all of your other related correspondence with the brokerage firm. This is straight from FINRA. Okay. Then it says, if you're unsure of what type of complaint you have and choose to file it with FINRA, we will evaluate your complaint and may pass it on to the appropriate regulator if it is not within FINRA's jurisdiction. Forwarding your complaint to other regulators may delay the process of investigating your complaint. So, in writing, it's gonna be painful, man. I understand it's gonna be painful, but you got to do this. Like this is gonna be something that it's gonna be painful, but you got to do this. You got to take the steps and the necessary actions going forward to protect yourself with your broker. But make sure you get everything in writing. Calling them up on the phone is not going to be necessarily good enough. Get everything in writing. Yeah, get it all in writing, Clark. And go, follow the directions that you find on that website, finra.org. Turtle saying, "Fight for your money, man." That's right. Don't. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna be a little painful, but you know what? It's gonna be worth it, man. But definitely, you can call them first. Call them first, but ultimately, you still need to write a complaint to them. But that link that I gave you right there for finra.org, that's a good one to follow. Follow the directions on there, and once you've done everything that you need to do there, then you can file a complaint. All right, I'm gonna head to break. Actually, I do. I actually do have a phone number for Cash App. 1 second. I think I do. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, I did a whole post on this, so you're lucky. I've got, oh shoot, it's not letting me. Hold on, I gotta split this up here. There you go. You can also call us at 1-800-969-1940. Please note, 1, this is the only phone number customers can call for Cash App support, and 2, a Cash App representative will never ask you for your password, PIN, social security number, or full debit card number. I went through and did for those of you who are wondering where I got all this information from so quickly, I did the painstaking process of making sure that everybody had the information that they needed to have for contacting their brokers when we had the dividend released, which is this last link that I'm submitting right here. Anybody who has problems with their brokers, contact information is listed, and so is the FINRA website. So I went through and tried to make it as easy as possible, because I knew that everybody that was not going to get shares in time or had problems, like Clark is having, was going to run into issues, and that it was going to be somewhat of a painful process. And so I was trying to make it as easy as possible for you guys. Just trying to help out. Just trying to make a process that's going to be hard easier. So all the information that you need is there. Hopefully that helps. Javi the Great says, just tell him Hot Koch sent you. That's right. It's all in that Hot Koch. Man, I want to get that. I want to get an interview with him so bad. That would be so much fun. I think it'd be a hoot to talk to too. Alrighty, guys. I gotta head to break. I don't know why I'm burning up right now, but I am hot. It is hot. It's hot in here. Oh, I'm leaving late today. I'll be back at 12:10, guys. PM. James of Arizona, thank you for the super chat. Don't forget, if you want a refund in super chats, there is a new section in the Discord for super chat refunds. Javi, thanks, man. I'm gonna drink some water. I will. I'm gonna take your advice. I've actually got my water jug right here. In fact, I'll take a swig right now. Water. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, I'm back. And so are you guys. Let me see what it is you guys are writing here. Actually, let me get rid of my message here first. Foo Dog says, just saw the bed bug TikTok, laughing my ass off. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, let's assume that it's real. Let's just assume that it's real. If I was in AMC shoes, the first thing I would do is I would send an exterminator over there to check and see if they actually had a problem. And if they did have a problem, then I would probably look into seeing, you know, on how to fix this or have a resolution to the problem. And then I'd call her out. I would literally call her out though. If you had no bed bugs showing up at your theater, I would, you know, as a company, I'd say, I'm sorry, but we had an expert come in here, look for bed bugs. No bed bugs were found. Sorry to hear about your bed bug problem, or whatever it is that you have, but you didn't get it here. I would call her out. I mean, she's going to say I mean, she obviously went to a doctor and had it, you know, for her to make a claim like that, she went to a doctor and obviously found out it was bed bug bites, which that's debatable. A lot of people are saying it wasn't even it's not what bed bug bites look like. But that's hard to say. So yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'd call her out if I was AMC. I'd check for the bed bugs, and if you found something, try to fix it, and if not, call her out. Thick says, rushing in, very busy day at work. Sorry to hear about your busy day, man. Reverse repos for today is 2.21 trillion with 104 counterparties. Previous was 2.206 with 103. So more counterparties, slightly more money. Maccabee says, so AMC to zero because of bed bugs. Yeah, no, probably not going to be the case. People are trying to get into her DMs and pay her 5 times her ticket and concessions if she told everyone who was paying her to be a shill. That's about 2,500 a share. Food Dog says, I don't know. But yeah, somebody, you know, I actually saw somebody say that they would give her a lot. I felt like somebody was saying they'd give her a lot more than that. But you know, yeah, somebody, there's been a couple people out there who want to contact her and find out like who paid her to say what it is she's saying. I don't know. Sometimes people just say things. So I was linked this message while I was on break, and it was from True Demon, which I have a lot of respect for True Demon, and this is going to be one of those ones where I don't like this, where you know there's a difference of opinions. But let me show you what was said here, if I can find it. All right, here we go. All right, so this is his post, and of course this post was posted out. Let's see, how long ago is this? Doesn't say, does it? Doesn't say on here. Ape has been placed on the threshold list after exactly T+7 days of trading after opening on the NYSE. And as you can see per his picture down here, that's not really the case. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days, not 7. He's not including the first day. For whatever reason, if you wanted to not include the first day, then you could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But whatever, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. 7 or 8 doesn't matter because you'll see how I break this down. This is an absolute soonest a ticker can be placed on the TSL from its opening day of trading due to T+0 day 1 release, T+2 settlement, and then T+5 days of excessive failure delivers. So here's the problem with that. You can't have T plus 0 and T plus 2. T plus 0 is settlement. The shares were settled on the first day, right? There was no T plus, there's either T plus 2 or there's T plus 0. You can't have both. There was settlement on the very first day. All shares should have been settled in accounts by the 22nd. They were supposed to move them from the 19th to the 22nd. They should have been settled by the 22nd. So it was T0, not T2. You can't have both days like this. You can't just add in 2 extra days in there because of you want to say something about settlement. It was a T0 release of the shares, meaning that they should have been available to trade on the 22nd. So you have 5 days. 5 days of excessive failure to deliver is what he's saying here. And that's not the case, right? 5 days would have started, if you count the 31st, which is the first day that they went on. I'm going to make sure it was the 31st. Yeah, it was the 31st is the date. So if 31st is here, you can count the 31st because remember, threshold list is counted after the day is over, 2 hours after. So 31st counts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be here. It's this day. This day right here. It was the 24th that they filed the 13G report saying that shares needed to be, that they were selling shares that were on loan more than likely. Right? And that's where you start seeing the share returns coming from. You see a reversal in the pattern of shares that are being loaned out, that are being shorted, and then you start seeing the threshold list being triggered. So count it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. August 24th is already the 13G date that I showed you guys. This is where the failure to deliver started occurring from. And it's not even really failure to deliver. It was a failure of returning of loaned shares, which is not a failure to deliver. Something entirely different. So, yeah, I don't agree with this. You can't just add in 2 plus days in here and say it was T0 and add T plus 2 settlement. You can't. Which one is it? It's either T0 or it's T2. You can't add both in there. It was one or the other. And even if you add the T2 plus settlement in there, the amount of days it transpired, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it is not the soonest that it could have occurred. It could have occurred, the threshold could have occurred on the day before, the 30th, but it didn't. So I still disagree with this. I'm not in agreement, but whatever. It's not something we have to agree on one way or the other. I have a feeling that what's going to happen here is as soon as we see utilization for 5 straight days less than 100% utilization, I think that the T plus, I think that the threshold list will disappear. And I think that'll be pretty good proof of what it is that I've been saying is correct. Come on, pull up. So let's take a look at the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. We'll log in here to my brokerage account and two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Now would be a great time to test it out and see how it works for you. If you don't like it, get rid of it. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point going forward, so hold those thoughts and comments for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to see them until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at our numbers here and see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, an hour ago we have 54.73 and 12.79 on EDGX. Those values are now 53.89 and 13.09, giving us a grand total of 66.98% of our volume heading through those two off exchanges. Ape was 60.10 and 9.61 an hour ago. Now at 59.44, 10.79 for a grand total 70.23% of our volume going through those off exchanges. An hour ago on Ortex, it was showing 250,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 154,000 shares. That's not really going to have too much of an effect, but it will lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.55%. Cost to borrow is 25.13. Shares on loans, 195.96 million shares. That is 1 million shares less than the previous day. I'm estimating about 361,000 shares in contracts were closed yesterday in short interest. Looking at Ape. An hour ago, there was 1.89 million shares having been returned. It's now a borrowing of 685,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest to 9.72. Cost of borrow average is at 9.15. Shares on loan, 49.39. That is 1.4 million shares more on loan than day over day, which is all short interest. Taking a look at options contracts for AMC1. Highest amount of call options is currently at a $15 strike price. That's up from 14 from an hour ago. At 14, there was 73 contracts. An hour ago, there's 128 at 15 now. For puts at a $13.50 strike price, an hour ago, there's 173 contracts. There's now 270. And let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently trading 6th highest order trades with 71% buys to 29% sales. Ape is 18th with a 67% buy to 33% sales. And AMC has fallen off the list due to low volume. Low volume usually results in lower quantities of orders. SSR triggers at $7.55. Shares available to borrow. They did borrow 1,000 more shares out of the ETFs, but not enough for me to count. Its fees are at 21.7%. Total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today is at 350,000. NASDAQ is up 0.05. Dow Jones is up 0.33. S&P 500 is up 0.25. We have 3,703 advancers to 3,036 decliners. VIX is down 2.39. VTI is up 0.37. IWD is up 0.67. Tesla is up 0.88. Amazon is down 0.53. Cinemark is down 1.24. Doge is up down 1.12. Bitcoin is down 0.57. GME is up 4.15. HYMC is up 0.6. Hood is up 1.32. NCMI is down 2.23. Let's see here. Ape is up 1.57 and AMC is up 2.68. Refreshing inflow versus outflow for AMC. It is currently $400,000 more in inflow. 12.7 million shares having been traded so far. $244 minutes of trading. Looks like we're on pace for about 20.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. I suggest in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On the hourly. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 60.42, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.46, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.5, which is above average. On Ape, we have $1.4 million more in inflow than outflow. 5.45 million shares having been traded. We're inside my target zone of 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day today. I think we might see a little bit higher volume than yesterday, maybe. Just maybe. Very tiny amount. But let's see here what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 8.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On the hourly time basis, time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.3, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple crossovers within the last 2 hours. RSI currently at 53.39, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.53, again, just slightly above average. Again, for those of you guys who like knowing about Ichimoto, for the day today, the number to break was $8.66 for AMC, which we're at 864 right now. That's the number to break in order for us to really start moving. I feel like a fair amount. We need to break it pretty hard, but the other number that we need to break is $8.69 because there is a level of resistance there. So I don't know. Call it 866, call it 869. The 3 cents apart, but this is a value that we need to break through this wall right here. Breaking through this wall would push us up into newer highs. I did draw a. Well, I didn't do that on this one. I don't have anything for this one. I think that's just kind of the magic number that we need to be breaking through right here. There may be a bit of a longer, you can see the support line right here, followed by this resistance line from the Fibonacci retracement, and we may be seeing the breakout later today, or maybe even in the aftermarket hours. It's hard to say, but that should net us some good buying pressure. For Ape, it was $5.13, which we're at 5.16, so it's they're trying to keep it like right there. They don't want this thing flying up in volume. I did put a box up here. We broke out of an ascending broadening wedge, which has like a 62% chance, I believe, of hitting this target number that I'm looking for up here. I'm going to move the box over a little bit. That's kind of the range that I expect price to kind of make it up to. I don't know how long it's going to take to get up there, or if it will even get there, but based on this pattern, I think that it should net a price return of somewhere around $5.46. Let's get some Bollinger Bands up on this bad boy. What does that do? I don't even know what that does when I take it to the 8 page. What does it do? I guess it puts them up there. What's going on? There we go. Nope, didn't put them up. You can tell not a whole lot of, I mean, it's barcoding right now, not a whole lot of liquidity in the market. So it's pinching a loaf. It's pinching a loaf, and it seems like market makers don't want to make a market right now. So parking those orders. Let's see what you guys are saying. Nikki says the queen has died. That's unfortunate. I mean, she's lived a full life. She's lived a full life, and we'll toast to the queen later today. To the queen and to her family. Sub has the boss says Ichimoku. I know, man. Ichimoto. Everybody wants me to call it Ichimoto though, so and it's more fun, so people remember it. Itchy and Scratchy. Javi the Great's over here saying Itchy and Scratchy. I have no idea what I should scan it with. Yucca Frida, do I have is there something I should use for that for scanning? I have not done it. Yeah, Einstein says the ape order book is stopped. It's essentially that's pretty much the case. Uh, in fact, we can watch it. Let's watch it for a second. This is why I say, it's basically it's market makers refusing to make a market. That's what this is. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know how else to. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let me see what you guys are seeing here. Yeah, that's all right. So now it looks like there are actually some shares going through, some trades that are being made. But yeah, you can watch the order book over here, and it just pretty much stops whenever barcodes like that. It's essentially a lack of liquidity. Definitely going to cause some stress in the market. Thorbladed says the fact that she has been the queen since I was born, this is insane. It's the only queen I know. Tank Dog says thoughts on low volume on AMC. It happens. Oftentimes, before you see some of the biggest springs, you see volume reduction. It's kind of it's a little bit of a signal that you have a lack of liquidity in the market, and that and there's not enough shares to be moved around in order to make transactions happen. The queen is no longer with us. Oh, Britain's queen is dead? Wow. Dang, man, that is harsh. Britain's damn. That is pretty harsh. Good old boys barbershop said, well said, Casey. As an ex-soldier, the royal family meant a lot. Yeah, it's we got people from all over the world listening here, and I respect everybody everywhere. So I'm not gonna. You'll never see me be the kind of person that says like, so what, or who cares, or anything like that. It matters. Everybody matters, man. All APE, all people equal. Doesn't matter who you are. I still feel for you. Man, this chair is extra squeaky today. I put the blanket down on the. I thought maybe if I sit on my cooling blanket, it'll make me feel a little cooler around here. Not happening. It's making it more squeaky and less. There we go. I moved the blanket. Sounds better now. GSR 1996 says, what are the hundreds numbers on the list of the market signals? What are they referencing? So a long time ago, there was a period of time where they were kind of like market signals. So if you looked at the numbers and how they ended, so for example, on the sell side of the ask, the red side that you're seeing over, you see how there's like 300s, 700s, 900s, anything that starts with 1,000. Look at what the last three digits are, not necessarily the first three digits or first four digits. But they meant like different. They could possibly mean a different signal from market makers in order to tell you like what's going on with the market. And so right now I see like a lot of I see a couple of 900s, which says allow the stock to float and trade freely. I see some 300s in here saying take, or I'm taking the stock down at least 30% so I can load shares. I see 200s. I need shares badly, but do not take the stock down. So there's like some mixed messages in here. There's even a 100 here saying I need. There's a couple 100s saying I need shares. There's more 100s than anything all over this thing. Basically, people that would be market makers signaling that they may need shares. But that's essentially what it was. It was kind of a cheat sheet to decide, see if you could decipher potentially like what these signals meant. I actually had Keith in here one time to talk about some of the market signals that you can see through the bid and the ask. And a lot of people really enjoyed hearing what it was that he had to say. He's does a pretty good job of analyzing the bid and the ask to decipher which way the price is going to move. But that's essentially what that's for. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But no, it's the value that you see in the order book. Yeah, Hyuntae, we were talking about that. The queen has passed. Steven says the queen was queen for over 70 years. I believe she lived her best life. You'd be lucky to get one day of life she got to live. How many? Oh man, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. But yeah, she's definitely lived a long life, and sympathy to England. You guys, I'm sorry about losing your queen. Does that mean who does that mean Charles is going to be king now? I don't know how that works. Beware England, Prince Charles is in the WEF. Subhazabah says Prince Charles. So is Charles going to be the king? I don't actually. Okay, so I'm so free 23 says Prince Charles will become King Charles. Okay. It's really kind of crazy. GSR, you're welcome. I just wanted to show you guys the order book over here and how it's not really moving for Ape. Hopefully you guys have seen that by now. It's probably enough of looking at that. Yep. Back up, Barry. I was kind of feeling the same way. Market's kind of stopped here a little bit. And I'm not trying to make fun of the passing of the Queen, but I had mentioned to you before that you never know what's going to cause a catalyst to cause the market to erupt. And I had mentioned that the passing of a president. Well, I didn't think about a passing of a queen, but that could be a potential catalyst. Markets could potentially have some volatility from something like this happening. When somebody else takes over or takes charge of something, it changes some of the dynamics, and the markets have to adjust for that. The queen passing, I feel like everything's kind of looks like it has stopped a little bit here, but let me go through and take a look. Let's see what's going on here. SPY's still moving pretty good. The order book's still moving on that one. Let's see. Order book's still moving on VTI. IWD is still moving. Tesla is still moving. Amazon is still moving. Cinemark is got some life, kinda, sorta. it's it's punching away. Doge is still moving quite a bit. Bitcoin still appears to be moving. GameStop, it's got an active order book. HYMC, HYMC seems to be frozen up. Hood's still trading. NCMI looks to be frozen. Ape looks pretty frozen. And AMC is definitely not a whole lot of activity. Not a whole lot of activity there. Pro Jeweler says European markets could be volatile. Yep. Randall Cornett about an hour ago, something in Reg's show on short selling. I haven't had a chance to go back on my second break to, my second break to look at that Reg. I didn't revisit it while I was on break. I kind of decided to deal with some funny stuff instead. Let me check out what Randall Cornett says here, though. Let's see. Under section H of Reg show, section H of, I don't know what's, let me open this, see if he's got a bigger section. No, he doesn't. There's a rule in there that he's got highlighted that says upon written application or upon its own motion, the commission may grant an exemption from the provisions of this section either unconditionally or on specified terms and conditions to any transaction or class of transactions or to any security or class of securities or to any person or class of persons. But what I'd have to do is I'd have to find that section that he's listed and see what that's in reference to. Everything that he has listed here says, things like a broker or dealer must mark all sell orders of any equity security as long, short, or short exempt. Well, that's nothing crazy. In order to determine its net position, a broker dealer shall aggregate all of its positions in a security unless it qualifies for independent trading unit aggregation, in which case each independent trading unit shall aggregate all of its positions in a security to determine its net position. Independent trading unit aggregation is available only if, and then it lists reasons for that. I'd have to go back here through this section and see what this. There's a lot of. I can only read G and F on this. I'd have to read A, B, C, D, and E sections to see what that's in reference to. But yeah, I need to go. I need to go through Reg Show and see around that 203B. I think it was B3 section is what I really need to go do. Yeah, I think it's 203B3 is what I need to go look up. Oh, somebody said Pantheon. Pantheons must be in here. Let's see. Steven said something about only one person had an answer for my question. Did the Queen ever make? Oh, I'm not reading that. Diaz says, why do I keep coming back here? All the free donuts are gone. Yeah. Pantheon, it's good to see you, man. Let's see here. I'm trying to read through this. Mac and B says, can you say UWU? Uwu. I don't know. All in AMC. I stopped the poll when we got down to 1%. When we got down to 1%, I felt like there was enough margin of error there that I'd stop polling that. So I stopped polling. I think it was after a week and a day, maybe, is when we hit that 1%. Tuesday, I think it was the Tuesday following Tuesday after, which would have been like the 30th. I don't get the UWU thing. Sorry. I'm not trendy. He said it. He said it. Oh, Savvy, I'm sorry to hear about COVID. That sucks. Three things. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to tell you like some of the things that I think really, help. Stay off your back when you're sleeping, if at all possible. I found I recovered much better the second time around when I stayed off my back. The other part is make sure you keep up the fluids and walk like once every 2 or 3 hours. Try to walk if you can, like just pace for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes if you can, even if it's just pacing around in circles. Get up and do something. Excuse me. And the last thing is those vitamins. Keep those vitamins up. What is it? I think it's like BCD and zinc or something like that. I think those are the whatever the internet tells you. For COVID, keep up those vitamins with the zinc and those things. Those couple things are going to help you out quite a bit. Make sure you keep up those liquids though too. Stay off that back when you sleep. Maccabee says if you sleep on your stomach, it helps with clearing out the mucus in your lungs. I felt like I was drowning when I slept on my back the first time, Maccabees, and the junk that was in there didn't want to come out. So the first time around, it was so much worse. But by sleeping on my stomach the second time around, or on my side, it didn't allow it to like pile up in my lungs, and I got it out much better. Steven, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Sounds like Steven's going to study for his CPA exam and become an accountant. I like numbers. I like numbers, but I don't know if I like them that much. I really do. I really do love numbers, but I don't know if I want to be an accountant. Well, volume's really died down here quite a bit. It looks like a minute ago we only had 5,000 shares that traded. We had a couple minutes in here where volume was a little bit higher, but volume has definitely settled down quite a bit here. You can see there's not a whole lot of volatility. Let me pull up my Twitter account real quick here. I just want to check and see if Adam Aarons posted anything today. Nope, nothing new from him. Let's see. Let's check AMC News. Let's see if we got anything popping up in the news section over here. Nicole Kidman, AMC ad, how to become a camp phenomenon. Six-hour old article. Yahoo Finance posted one a day ago saying AMC CEO says retail investors save company as Regal parent Cineworld files for bankruptcy. We still have news articles coming through on, like, the New York Post is now posting that about that TikTok user and the bed bugs. Some people are twisting Adam Aarons' tweet about Cineworld's bankruptcy as being like this one here says it's from Seeking Alpha. AMC chief Aaron touts liquidity amid Cineworld's bankruptcy. I don't. I can see where they would be coming from, putting it like that. I don't like the way that they're spinning it, but I can see why they would be doing it, and not necessarily just to give bad press, but um, who was it? I'm trying to think of who it was. For a long time, companies weren't allowed to use like other companies in their advertisements, um, to discredit the other company or say that their product was better or whatnot. And then they removed that rule. I don't remember when that became a thing, but now you'll see things like Tesla will go up against like a Ford 150 or something like that, and they'll like have like the Tesla like pulling the Ford or whatever. Like that's like a thing now, to where you can kind of bash your competitors, or it's okay to anyways. Um, so I don't really think that's what Adam Aaron was doing though, and that's kind of the light that they're kind of painting that in. And of course, I understand why they're doing it, but I don't know if I agree with it. I don't think that was the point. Maccabee says Cineworld wishes that they had a community like we go here to save it. I'm sure they probably did. Sofa King says, thanks for the Twitter updates because I don't have it. Yeah, not a problem, man. Not a problem. And I can understand why you wouldn't want it. I like Twitter. I don't have a problem with it, but at the same time, though, it's definitely it's added to my world of stress. To be very frank, I am not a social media aficionado. Like, I have an Instagram, I don't use it. Uh, what else is there? Snapchat. I have a Snapchat account. I don't use it. I don't even know why I have it, honestly. Oh, I think I do know why. One of the kids created a Snapchat account, and so we wanted to go log on and make sure we were watch what they were posting or something. I forget what it was. Glenn Miller says, breaking news, Casey does excellent DD and holds a vast amount of good info. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. On the lighter side, hell froze over. Yeah, Jabib says Adam Air wasn't taunting; he was comparing credited retail apes for the reason AMC is in better shape. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt too, Jabibs. I didn't really feel like that's what he was. I didn't feel like he was trying to taunt at all. At least it didn't come off that way to me. Maybe I might be a little biased. Uh, maybe. Funky Pizza Record says, surprised the market isn't tanking. The queen is passed. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it doesn't have to tank just because of that, but I mean, it definitely. It was really kind of funny because right as soon as I think Nikki had said it, um, was right about the time that I was noticing that it was really close to about the time that where we weren't seeing any trades on Ape going through. It was right around 13, 15-ish or whatever. It was right around that time frame. I think this is a pretty big thing for those of you guys who are on the other side of the pond over there. Um, if you were to kind of say like if there was an American person that could pass away, how would you see this as a representation of like a comparison? Like who over here in the United States could pass away and you would see that as like an equal comparison? Because I don't know if it has the same ring as like the president passing away or not. I feel like it's almost maybe even more, almost even bigger than that. Because I do feel like it would be bigger. Like, because I mean the queen is, I mean, she's been around for a long time as queen, 70 something years, right? So I feel like that would be, I feel like there would be like a, what kind of status, what kind of, how can we relate that over here in the United States? How can we possibly relate that? Because I feel like there's nothing really like that over here. It's uncomparable. Tech We Love says, I'm from the USA. I would say Elon Musk. It's really hard to think of. I don't think that there's really anybody that Fook says Elvis. I know a lot of people loved FDR. Fook also said FDR earlier. I think a lot of people loved FDR, and I think that his untimely passing was pretty impressionable upon people. But he still hadn't been around for like 70 years, so I feel like there's like some. It's still different. You know what I mean? It's there's a little bit of a different I don't think there's anybody in the United States that would even come close. It's like 70 years of ruling as a queen of a country. Yeah, we don't have any kind of royalty, so we don't have anything quite like that. Don Steffen says Pelosi. How long has she been a senator? I don't even know. Hold on a second. I got to look that up. Held office. Let's try that. Oh, I'm on the news section. That's why. Okay, here we go. (1987), but she chaired the California Democratic Party from 1981 to 1983. Currently in her 18th term, Pelosi was first elected to Congress in a 1987 special election. (18 terms. That's insane. Yep. Wow. It's a long time. Hyuntae said it's like Oprah passing. That might actually be kind of a good comparison. I think a lot of people will be pretty upset about that. That might be a pretty good comparison. It's not royalty, right? Because we don't have royalty over here. But Oprah I think is loved by a lot over here, and I think Oprah passing would probably have a little bit of a I think a lot of people would be upset by that. I don't know it's quite the same thing, but yeah, I feel like that might be kind of it would be pretty big news. Jabib says it was huge when Elvis died. Yeah, Elvis might be. I mean, he was considered the king, right? Right. So Elvis might be one of the closer. What about Michael Jackson? What about although there was a lot of controversy behind Michael Jackson. What about Michael Jackson though? I mean, he kind of was royalty, king of pop. Yeah, Dino Mike says MJ like right after. I said it first, Dino Mike. I said it first. Nikki, take care, man. Uh, sorry. I'll drop the subject. Let me check something out here. It is time to take a look at our numbers. So let me go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to take another break. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. Yeah, the only reason I brought that up, guys, was because I want people here to understand that it's big for people who are over there. Like, for Nikki, like you can tell she's upset, right? So what I guess what I'm trying to get across to the point to a lot of people here in the United States is that this is a big deal for people over there, right? And that's simply all I was trying to get people to kind of think of it in a different kind of way, because for people over here, it doesn't really mean as much as it does to people who are over there. And so I was just trying to get people to understand that it's a little bit more. It's more impactful than you could possibly imagine. So, just throwing that out there. It may have come across that I was being a little insensitive by trying to make a comparison like that, but it was just simply me trying to get people to understand that it can be a very sensitive subject for people who live in the country that or came from the country where that's happening at. So just think about it. Think about it, and it's sad. It's sad for the family. Sad for the people that live there. Let's take a look at our numbers. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago we had 53.89 in AMC and 13. Wait, are those the right numbers? Hold on a second. Yeah, that's right. 53.89 in off exchange and 13.09 through the EDGX. Currently, those numbers are 53.62 and 13.05 for a grand total of 66.67% of our volume going through the off exchanges. That's actually kind of normal. Those are more normal numbers from what we were seeing earlier this morning. On Ape, currently we're at 58.79 and 10.37 for a grand total of 69.16. Nice. 69.19 or 16% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That is elevated. Ortex data for AMC an hour ago, there was 154,000 shares. There's now 195,000 shares having been borrowed. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is currently sitting at 21.56%. Cost of borrow average is at 25.15 shares on loan, 195.96 million. That is down a million day over day. And of that million, I'm estimating about 361,000 of that was in short interest that was closed out. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there were 685,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 266,000 shares. That is going to have the effect of decreasing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.64%. Cost per average is at 9.15 shares on loan, 49.39 million shares on loan. That's an increase of 1.4 million shares on loan day over day. That is all short interest. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, in call options, our highest amount of volume was at $15 strike price with 128 contracts. It's now 129. One new contract. 270 contracts at a 13.5 strike price for puts has not changed. It's still the highest amount of volume. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently in 6th with 71% buys to 29% sales. Ape is in 18th with 67% buys to 33% sales. And AMC is still not on the list. Low volume usually results in low orders, meaning we don't get to make it up on the list there. $7.55 is the SSR trigger price for AMC. Shares borrowed in the last hour, nothing. Fees are down to 21.5%. Combined price of AMC and Ape right now, because I don't think I've read that off in a hot minute, is currently at $13.69. NASDAQ is up 0.14, Dow Jones is up 0.47, and the S&P 500 is up 0.42. We currently have 3,780 advancers to 2,955 decliners. The VIX is down 1.95. VTI is up 0.5. IWD is up 0.9. Tesla's up 1.06. Amazon is down 0.32. Cinemark is down 1.6. Doge is down 1.05. Bitcoin is down 0.41. GME is up 3.91. HYMC is up 0.49. Hood is up 1.27. NCMI is down 2.23. Ape is up 0.39, and AMC is up 2.3. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. We currently have more inflow by about $200,000. Total amount of volume traded so far is 13.54 million shares. Or, sorry. Yeah, shares. Oh, hold on a second. 291. Looks like we're on pace for about 18.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. I predicted pre-market 10 to 20 or 10 to 30 million shares, so it looks like we'll hit that. On the hourly, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.08, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.08, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.1, which is just about average. On Ape, we have $1.6 million more in inflow than outflow. 6.04 million shares having been traded. Oops, that's not right. We're on pace for about 8.06 million shares traded on Ape. For the day-to-day, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On the hourly, we have a crossover, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.27, which is about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.54, which is again just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.13, which is just about average. Taking a look at our numbers here, I did draw a box earlier and suggested that there was a chance that we might see price run down out of an ascending parallel channel to somewhere between 506 and 513, and it went down to right around like 507. Yeah, 507-ish, and then started to rise to go head towards that. Looks like we're getting a double bottom on this, so this pattern may not hold. I'm not really expecting. I mean, seeing a double bottom like this on this number kind of makes me feel like this number up here, $5.46 that I thought we might be able to reach, may not happen. Far less likelihood that'll happen now that we've seen a double bottom after breaking out of an ascending parallel channel. Or ascending broadening wedge. Sorry, I called it the wrong thing. So we'll have to see. But it did bounce off of 505, real close to that 506 number, which it's done multiple times today. So on AMC, we've kind of been on this level of support line right here. We've been kind of crawling up this thing. We've been resisting $8.69 quite a few times. The two numbers that I suggested earlier that we needed to kind of break through in order to have a lot of buying pressure was $8.66 for AMC, which we never really, I mean, we did break past that just slightly to 872, but we needed to see like a hard push past it and we'd start seeing a lot of buying pressure. Never quite got there. 513's the number for Ape. We're at 511, so we're just underneath those numbers right now and consolidating currently at this time. So we'll see. We'll have to see if that changes later or overnight. And I think I'm going to go take a break, guys. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Sam, yes. The answer to your question, Sam asked, what's this barcoding on Ape? Is that illiquidity? And my answer to you would be yes. A lack of liquidity for sure. All right, let me put up my message, and I think I'm going to go take a break here. ABC of Florida says in Braille it spells criminal in progress. Oh, crime. I said criminal. Crime in progress. All right. Casey, your title on YouTube says ad. My title? What do you mean my title? My title says ad. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Nope. It's ADD, attention deficit disorder. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to play some music for you and take off for my break. And I will be back at 2:10.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alright guys, I'm back. It's kind of some somber kind of sounding music, so I'm going to let it play. The Queen has passed away of the UK, so I'm going to toast to her. To the Queen, for a healthy, long life. May you rest in peace. Cheers. And now I'm just going to remain silent for the rest of this song. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point going forward, so hold those thoughts if you specifically want me to see those or read those or acknowledge them until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago through AMC, it was 53.62 and 13.05 through the EDGX. Those numbers are now reported as, is that really right? 53.36 and 13.04 for a total of 66.0 or 66.4%. That will probably lower to somewhere right around probably right around 64%, which is what I would consider to be a normal day of off-exchange volume for AMC. Ape, we're going to give it the same defining numbers, but as you can see earlier, it was 58.79 for off-exchange and EDGX at 10.37, and it is now currently 57.58 and 11.71 for combined total 69.29%. Nice. That's definitely elevated, so we're probably seeing a little bit of price suppression through the off exchange on Ape. Taking a look at Ortex. An An hour ago on Ortex, there was 195,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 178, so not much change. That's keeping our short share interest of the free float at 21.56%. Cost to borrow averages at 25.03. Shares on loan for the day today is at 195.96 million, which is day over day down by 1 million shares. I'm estimating about 361,000 of those to be in short interest that were closed. Taking a look at Ape, in the last hour, the total amount of shares that were borrowed was 266,000 shares. It's been reduced to a return of 62,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.56%. Cost to borrow averages at 9.15. Shares on loan 49.39 million shares. That is an increase day over day by 1.4 million shares. All of that in short interest. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, the highest amount of call options at a strike price of 15. There was 129 contracts. It has moved up to 17 with 254 contracts. On puts, at a 13.5 strike price, an hour ago there was 270 contracts. There still is. Mitch was asking me earlier today, he said, Casey, how in the world are they finding shares if they're not loaning them? And I said, Mitch, I see volume on a daily basis of in-the-money puts being purchased. Now, I didn't see these earlier before. I'm not saying they weren't there. Let me make sure they're showing up on your guys' screen. They are. If you look down below at a $20 strike price, in-the-money put options that are being purchased, 229 contracts. In the money puts that are being purchased, I guarantee you those are probably getting exercised. I'm almost positive. If you take a look at what was I going to do here? The total price of AMC and Ape right now at this point in time, it is $13.63. A lot of the options that were being purchased in the money at a $13.50 strike wouldn't be in the money anymore, right? So now we're starting to see $20 strikes, which is the combined price of AMC and Ape, being purchased for puts. $20. So they can be exercised. It's a lot of premium, guys. A lot of premium. Somebody should be doing the math for me on this. Finding out how much premium that actually is. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, we've got GME is in 6th most heavily traded stock with 70% buys to 30% sales. Ape is in 18th with 68% buys to 32% sales, and AMC has fallen off the list due to low volume. Low volume means low orders. Stonko Tracker says SSR trips at $7.55 for AMC. That has not been tripped today. Additionally, no additional shares having been borrowed in the last hour. Fees are at 21.5%. Total amount of shares borrowed for the day today is 350,000 according to Stonko Tracker. NASDAQ is up 0.21, Dow Jones is up 0.31, the S&P 500 is up 0.33. We currently have 3,785 advancers to 3,025 decliners. The VIX is down 1.62, VTI is up 0.45, IWD is up 0.7, Tesla's up 1.57, Amazon is down 0.19, Cinemark down 1.78, Doge is down 0.89, Bitcoin is down 0.2, GME is up 6.17, HYMC is up 0.54, Hood is up 1.52, NCMI is down 1.88, Ape is down 0.89%, and AMC is up 2.32%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's roughly $200,000 more roughly in outflow than inflow. volume at 14.69 million shares traded for the day today. Let's check and see what kind of pace we're on to set here. We're on pace for about 16.27 million shares by the end of the day today. That's pretty low volume. So probably not going to have, we're not going to beat out numbers on volume, I don't think, from yesterday. Let me check yesterday real quick and just verify. Let's see here. Yeah, not going to beat out yesterday's volume numbers. Volume from yesterday was 20 million shares. Today we're going to be less. Also, let me check. Yesterday on Ape, we had 7.8 million shares traded. I think we'll probably have less than that on Ape as well. We'll look at that here in just a second. On the hourly time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.51, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.75, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.72, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have $800,000 more of inflow than outflow. 7.04 million shares having been traded so far. What did I say? I said 7.8 million yesterday. So we might be really, really close. Let's check it out and see. We got 36 minutes left. So we're looking at about 7.75 million. So almost exactly the same volume today on Ape as we had yesterday. It looks like they are finally breaking us out down underneath 506. They're just trying to get this last minute push down on Ape. On the hourly time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.77, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.49, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 33.03, which is below average. So Ape is getting that last minute push down here. They're trying to get us under $5. They stair-step this down. Tons of barcoding going on today. Very illiquid market for Ape. AMC kind of got some kind of barcoding going on earlier today. Again, the prices that we needed to be above in order for us to see some heavy day trading, swing/day trading coming in. Buying power would have been $8.66 for AMC. We're currently at $8.60, and for Ape it would have been $5.13, and we're currently at $5.02. And I think with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. John says, truth be told, I used to watch MK a lot. MK, Matt Kors. Okay, got it. Please don't hurt me. It won't hurt you, John. I will ask you to please turn in your fanny pack. I'm just teasing. Totally teasing, John. Don't take it wrong. Just teasing with you. Oh, it's funny you said on the plus side I have a nice fanny pack for sale. Anyone? I didn't even see that part yet. I hadn't even gotten to that part yet, and but yeah, that's funny. You should say you have a fanny pack for sale. Very, very interesting. I got to read this to you. I got a couple things actually to read to you guys before the day's over. One of the things is that I do want to note that on my Discord I have a new spot for super chat refunds. And I asked that only complaints be put there not to make it a funny spot. Captain Awesome said first, to which he received an automated response that said, "Thank you for your submittal for a super chat refund. Our unpaid moderators will get on this right away to verify if this is a valid complaint that you are indeed entitled to a refund. Please press 1 for a complimentary fanny pack or 2 for a broken mug." To which Captain Awesome said 3 broken fanny pack. His automated response was, "Thank you for your response. However, 3 was not an option. Please hold." The moderators came in with some music and said that they have glue for that. Captain Awesome said, "No, it must stay broken. Laugh out loud." To which he received another automated response that said, "I'm sorry, but this does not appear to be a valid complaint. Please hold." To which he got more singing music. And then we had another unpaid moderator who said, "If you want to talk to a real person, please say I want to speak to a real person." And then another moderator said, "For Spanish, press 2." So, anyways, that is the super chats comment section for refunds. So, so welcome, John. Welcome to the land of the free. Buck says, "Do synthetic super chats qualify?" Yes. And when they don't, Buck, please see the super chat refund. Harry Parrott, not gonna get there. Not gonna go there. Dr. Zeno saying, "Death may not be the end of life, but rather the transition from one form to another." Thank you, Dr. Zeno. That's pretty awesome, man. That's some good words. All right. The other thing I wanted to show you guys that I thought was kind of interesting. I have not tried this on the web version of this. I tried it on my phone and found it, recognized it pretty quickly. I don't know that it's going to be here on. Yeah, it's not here. So, all right. So if you go to your phone on Webull, and you go to the profile of the company. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm in the wrong spot. I'm in the wrong. Hold on a second. I got to go to Ape. Yep, it's still not there. If you go to the profile on your phone for Ape, there's a section on the screen, and I wonder if there's a way I can port this to my phone to my computer. That would be really cool if I could do that. Unfortunately, I can't. But what I can do is I can show you the pictures that people have been posting on Twitter. So ignore that, what I was going to try to show you there, because apparently I don't know where to find that. Let me just check just one more second here. Let me look around. Let me make sure it's not under one of these other tabs. Hmm. Hmm. All right, so it's not working. But if you go to profile, oh, actually, let me try one more thing. I gotta look under Ape and make sure, just to make sure it's not in here somewhere. No. Don't think so. Yeah, I don't see it under here. But if you go to your phone on Webull, you go to profile. For those of you who have it, for Ape, if you go to oh, it's under company. The tab is company. If you go to company and you click on company, and then you go to Profile? Yeah, profile, which is why I thought it would be under profile here, but it's not. If you go to profile tab under company, and then you scroll to the bottom, it shows it under key executives. I wonder if, I did see key executives in here under here, but they don't have the page on this that they have on the phone. The interesting thing is that you see on the phone is that you see that it says shareholders, and it has an update time as of the end of last month showing. And I will go ahead and show you guys what it is that everybody else is posting online, making a big hoopla about this. And I'm not saying that it's not a thing. Just be really careful with this information, because I don't know that this is necessarily a specific admission. To specific numbers, but let me see if I can find it here. Y'all posting some crazy pictures. Come on, where'd it go? I'm pretty sure I liked it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, does it show my likes? Yeah, there it is. Likes. Here we go. So this is what it looks like on your phone when you pull it up under company and profile on your phone for Ape. And then you scroll down here and it says shareholders. His says update time 8:24. I actually looked at my phone and it says 8:31. On this profile picture right here, it's showing that institutions own 4.74% and others own 95.26%. The numbers on my phone are showing 4.81 owned by institutions and 95.19% by others. A lot of people are pointing to this right now and saying, like, look, smoking gun. This is proof that we own 95% of the total amount of shares of Ape. Can you do the same thing for AMC? The answer is, I believe, yes, on your phone. Let me pull it up and see what it says. For AMC, it says 28.5% owned by institutions, 0.23% owned by insiders, and others is 71.27%. So there's a much drastic difference between the two. So draw whatever conclusions you may want to draw from that, but it does appear, based off of those numbers, it does kind of seem to appear that the entire float is at least owned. This is, Manny, you're not wrong. There is last reporting of shares in ETFs is 22.3 million shares. There's that as well. Where did I want to go with that? We don't have. People are saying that there's no Ape in ETFs, and what I would say is that I just don't see any reporting of it yet. I think that it might actually. I think there's kind of some strong suggestions. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I had both these screens on the same thing. There's been some strong evidence that I feel like supports the idea that there is Ape ETFs, but I could be wrong. The reason that I say that is because I've seen some of the off exchanges that report to ETFs for Ape have significant volume moving through them. So I don't know I don't know how that would be the case. I don't know how volume could be moving through those off exchanges if there weren't shares going to them. I just don't think that we have a reporting yet on how many shares are in ETFs for Ape. Maybe they're not supposed to be there. I don't know. We'll find out though, probably a month and a half or so after when we finally get some reporting on the numbers. Peter says on AMC with 28%, they could only borrow 144 million shares, and yet, Peter, miraculously, they have 190. What is it? 195 million shares on loan. Amazing, isn't it? It actually can happen though. Peter, let me explain to you how. There are people in brokerage accounts who do not turn off their loaning of shares, and they forget about that. And so there's a lot of additional shares. There may even be investors who are in margin accounts. Margin accounts can have their shares be lent out as well. So those are just kind of other things to kind of think about, which could constitute why you might see additional shares on loan above and beyond the 28% that institutions own. 28%, by the way, being reported by Weeble, but Ortex is actually reporting an ownership by institutions of, or I'm sorry, not Ortex, Fintel is reporting 29.91%. But that is a little bit delayed reporting, so yeah, take it for what it is. Yep, I agree, Captain Awesome. Captain Awesome said, yes, that was the added purpose for Apes as a tool to help for proving synthetic naked shorting, even if the stock market is based on fundamentals. They are running out of lies. Adam Aaron sees this. I agree. Nana says, please don't make fun of my granny pants and my Matt Kors fanny pack, my duck hat also. I will not make fun of it, Nana. Nana, I own a Trey's Trades. If you know what it is, you know what it is. And I think it's a George W. hoodie. It's a George W. Hoodie that says on it. So I own a T-shirt from Trey and a sweatshirt. So don't even sweat it. Not a thing. We've all been there, Nana. We've all bought our merch. We've all been down that road. Mac and B says you have a Dwayne of your own. A Dwayne? A Dwayne. I don't know what that is. Trey's Dwayne Johnson. Do I have? I didn't know that's what he called it. Okay, yeah, I get it now. Only in Paradise says Trey's Dwayne Johnson. No, I have. I do not have one of those. Hayden says, I thought Vanguard owned 45 million shares. On the last reporting, according to Fintel, I will tell you how many they have. On the last reporting, according to Fintel, Vanguard is currently showing 47.085 million shares, and BlackRock is showing 25.224 million shares. As of the last reporting, those are 13 Gs that were filed earlier this year. One was filed later than the other. I could probably give you more accurate numbers if I actually looked up their actual data, which I could do, but I don't know if I want to. I don't feel like doing it right now. Tech We Love said, "Can you imagine how immoral it would be if they loaned out your shares out and didn't even give you the interest you deserve as you're going along on a stock?" That's the price we pay. Yucca Frida says, "I own a broken mug replica of Casey." I hope you didn't have to pay for that. Tech, in regards to what it is that you're saying, a long, long time ago, we used to pay a lot more per trade when we used to make trades through like E-Trade and whatnot. And then that kind of got taken away with them being able to find ways to make other money off of us, lending of our shares, payment for order flow, lots of other methods. And allowing people to make trades through options more easily. And so essentially what's happened is that they've found ways to make money off people to where they don't have to charge them for trades like they used to. So that's kind of the cost of business. Like I like to tell my kids, nothing in life is ever free, not even the air you breathe. John says, "Casey, if we ever get to vote on transferring Ape to AMC, could the vote count expose how many synthetic shares are owned?" If you go back and you listen to, I always forget that guy's name. Give me a second. I wish I was better at remembering names. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you the name. Patrick. I always mess up his last name. Patrick Byrne. The ex, or is he? Yeah, he's ex CEO of Overstock. He's talked about that, and I think a lot of other CEOs have talked about that as well, as how oftentimes when they do votes, they get more votes than they are supposed to have. And so, yeah, but they can't talk about that, apparently. For some reason or another, they're not allowed to talk about that. I don't understand it. Patrick Byrne, whatever. Let me look it up again. Byrne. Brian. Byrne. Renee. I can't do it. It's stupid names. why do you gotta make names so difficult? Like, what the hell? Like, make it easy for people to pronounce. Bryne. What the hell? Burn. It's like burn. Biden. Burn. All right. Thanks. I appreciate it. You guys help me to remember things. Karen, I haven't even seen Karen Harkins write anything, I don't think, before. She's like, "Bird, I can't take it anymore." I'm assuming, Karen, that you're a female. Karen's like, "I can't take this. It's burn." Thank you, Karen. Thank you for your contribution here. Yes, Patrick Byrne. I'm sorry, but that makes me laugh. He has talked about that in the past. There's been many others who have talked about it. So they've seen very oftentimes they get more votes than they're supposed to. Even Pantheon's in here is like, "I can't take this anymore." Burn. Oh man, I will forever mess up names. It's like a curse. It's a curse. I found out that it's not just me though. I mean, you saw my mom in here. She came in here that one time. She was talking. She's like, "Hi, crazy pet peepee." You guys remember that crazy peepee? Yeah. Poor old crazy Pepe. Where's he at? We haven't seen crazy Pepe in forever. He says he still listens, but he's just like it's sitting in silence, I guess. I get it from my mom. Everybody's saying burn now. He's at Rem Taco's place. All right, that's cool. And then my brother, that's right, Duncan's making fun of my brother because my brother came on and he was a part of the live stream one time and called Rem Taco, which was equally as funny. So I think it's my whole family. We all get names wrong. You almost made me forget. I almost forgot about that, Duncan. Thank you for reminding me about the Rem tacos. That was pretty funny. Nana cracked a beer. Foo Dog says, surely Casey lets me talk shit and knows to skip over my comments. I do. Sometimes I skip over certain comments because they go like, I don't know if there's any added benefit to saying that. Foo Dog said, Rem Taco made me hungry, so I had to go get tacos. STV channel? No, don't you even start. It's REM. It's REM. REM, not REM. No, I'm not watching STV channels. Did we win? We are up 0.2 on Ape with $5.09, and AMC is up 2.21 with $8.58. The magic numbers that we want to see today are 866 and 513. Those are kind of the magic numbers. So I think we've done a very good job today. In my book, today is a win. Volume was low, but I mean, it's not on our doing. It's not really anything we can. It's a product of the system. Nana Ape says we win every day. That's right. Pam the Trader says I mod for STV and haven't been there in over 2 months. Yeah. So about that, Pam. No, I'm just kidding. Look. The problem I've got, Pam, is I don't have a problem with people making money in this market. I really don't. I really don't have a problem with that. What I have is that when you don't when you overlook what it is that people have sacrificed in this play, and you choose to make money over the top of what people are trying to accomplish, then you're basically telling me, and I'm not saying this is for everybody, but you're telling me screw everybody else because I matter first, and I don't agree with that. We don't all have to agree on everything, but for me personally, I just don't agree with that sentiment. So, you know, it is what it is. People are going to be people. There's always going to be people who are trying to care more about themselves than they care about what's best for everybody. That's what makes a free market great. Rem tax here now. Rem tax here with the Rem taco. Rem taco, good to see you, man. It's just. I know he's trying to help people, Pam, but go help people on other stocks. Stay away from AMC. Go help people other places. I don't have a problem with. I want to see retail win. Ultimately, I want to see retail win, right? So, and go do that someplace else. There's plenty of other stocks out there. There's over five. Wait, shoot, I can't even remember how many there are. I mean, this is not even including commodities, but there's over 6,000, almost 7,000 different stocks out there to choose from. And you choose to swing trade AMC? Nah, man, get the F out of here. There's people who are trying to do something here, and you're trying to make a buck off of people's backs, and it's like, nah, big, big whammy. Move on. So I don't know, but I am definitely not here to be a wedge in the community. I don't want to be that person, so I don't talk about it very often. Try not to, anyways. I said a lot to him before too, Pam, and he thought I was just trying to like make a name for myself, and I wasn't. I was just trying to talk with him, and you know, it is what it is. You know, and I'm glad. I'm glad, Pam, that you've decided to just kind of move on to different things. It's a good thing. Let's just not even focus on it anymore. I don't even want to talk about it because it makes me unhappy. Because really, I want to be a uniter in the community, not a divider. So I'm just gonna the people that are upsetting the community and causing problems, I just ignore them, move on. There's bigger fish to fry here, and it's called the market. We have a market to worry about here, and it's way more important to worry about what's going on in this market and fixing it than worrying about people who are just little tiny speed bumps in the road. That's right. Remtech says happy little trees. Maybe there's a nice little sunset over here with a couple little clouds, and maybe there's a happy little stream that runs by a rock. Maybe you're just sitting by the rock and some happy little trees are over here. Maybe it's fall. The leaves are falling. Doug, love you too, man. No homo. I love all you guys. You guys are all great. Ape is at $5.10. AMC is at $8.62. We had a nice little run here at the end of the day. We need the magic numbers that we're looking for is $8.66 and $5.13. We're extremely close to both. Watch the aftermarket, guys. It might be kind of exciting to see. Brian says, "Beat the devil out of it." Captain Austin says, "WTF? What kind of Bob Ross ASMR did I come back to?" Cuddy Cut, how's it going, man? All is well with my family. I hope all is well with you. That's what we need, Pam. We need more laughs. We need more laughs. 5 minutes left. Pam's ticking it down here. She's got the timer on. Yeah, KFC Shaw says, "We love you. You went all electric in the Big Tramp yesterday." Somehow I managed to turn off my sound. Like, somehow I'm getting into this habit lately of where I think I've turned my sound on and it's actually off, and then I turn off my sound and I thought it was on. Gonna have to get better about that. Try to do no electric drive off with the Big Tramp today. GD, I love you too, man. No homo. Marlene, I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to get Elmo on without sounding like a jerk. So I'm trying. We'll see what happens. We'll see if I can get Elmo on here. Maybe I'll reach out to him again tonight and see if he's not willing to come on tomorrow. Sammy Boy says, "I don't think no homo is politically correct." I didn't think so either. The only reason I use it because I had a younger friend of mine who used it. He's very. I feel like he's kind of sensitive to all the pronouns and all that other kind of good stuff. And it's just basically saying like I'm just not. I love you, man. I love you, but I'm just not like that. It's okay. It's okay to be like that. Maybe it's not very sensitive. I don't know. It's funny though. I always laughed whenever you say it. Nana, I don't take it personally at all, ever. The new term is pause. What's that? Diaz says, I say no FOMO as not to offend. Diaz, that's not bad, man. I kind of like that, dude. No FOMO. I'm going to have to start using that. I actually kind of like that. No FOMO. I love you, no FOMO. That's actually better. It's a little more politically correct and can be accidentally misconstrued. And it's kind of funny. Thank you. Alrighty, guys, it's that time of the day. You know what that means. Oh, yes, you do. You know what time it is. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is our last trading day of the week. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Go out and walk a pet, or maybe go see a movie because that is who you're trying to support as a movie theater chain. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Seems so